We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company on this very special day. It is World Sardine Day. I'm just going to put that out there. We're not going to focus on sardines today, but it is also far more important or interesting, I think, World Unique Talent Day. So I'm going to ask you this: what is your unique talent? What can you do that nobody else can do? Please email in, send us a picture of you demonstrating said unique talent, or just tell us what you do. Rebecca Reid has just told me that she can fit her fist into her mouth, but there will be no demonstration, apparently. That will be one demo that Rebecca Reid is refusing to do. But do get involved, do email in and tell us what your unique talent is at studio@sewingstreet.com. Thank you. Oh, there's my unique talent, putting my foot in my mouth.
Will you be demonstrating that?
Which I just demonstrated. There we go. Let's start with our Black Friday deal, our Black Tag deal. So our Black Tag deal today is not one but 2 pairs of Millwood neon scissors. Now, fantastic embroidery scissors. What are great about these actually is super sharp to the tip, and that's the most important thing, whether you're cutting embroidery threads, snipping around appliques, or just using this to sort of trim bulk, but really useful for your embroidery threads. Now, we've seen this elsewhere. We've got a price comparison for you. Remember, this is for 2 pairs. So this is £6.99 for 1 pair. Now, 2 pairs, under £10. How about that? Let's do that. Let's do 2 pairs for under £10. £9.98. That is fantastic. Always losing things like this, aren't we? Little pairs of scissors. Put them down. Great that they're neon. That does help a lot. And also having 2 pairs means you can have maybe one in your work box, maybe one in that travel bag that you take around with you. I like to take things like English paper piecing or hand embroidery, things like that with me when I'm travelling around. So an extra pair of scissors, great for that. Also really, really good for Secret Santas and little Christmas gifts, stocking fillers. Anybody in your craft club perhaps that you want to give a little gift to, really, really good. Great buy this. So less than £5 a pair. Now this is a black tag deal. This is a black tag deal, which means that we're going to drop again.
No.
We're going to drop again. We are, Rebecca. We are, Rebecca.
I've already got my name on
again. Take it down low. Take it down low.
Ooh.
Stop it. You're kidding.
That's brilliant.
Is that real?
Oh,
Is that true? For 1 or 2? For 1 or 2? For both pairs? Wow. Okay. Are we prepared for everything to melt down now? That is a black deal. My goodness me, that is a massive black tag deal. So £5.98 for 2 pairs of Millwood embroidery scissors. You're getting 1 yellow, 1 green. Now we did do that price comparison, didn't we? Can we have another look at that, please? I just want to have another look at that because I didn't really take it in before. So that was 1 pair, the green pair, Millwood. That's incredible. £2.99 per pair on this black tag deal. £2.99. Amazing deal, that. Multi-buy, multi-buy. Lots of you are. Goodness gracious me. There is a small queue on the phone lines, so we have got plenty to go around, so be patient, hang on in there. But also, if you can jump online and check out, that would be quicker and easier. And then you can just make sure that you've got your Millwood embroidery scissors. £2.99 a pair. You're getting 2 for £5.98, which is less than the price of one of them online. Absolutely bonkers. But I suppose that's what Black Friday is all about, isn't it? Bonkers deals, absolutely brilliant savings. And this is on Wednesday. This isn't Black Friday.
Yeah, it's Black Wednesday.
But this is a black tag deal. This is our black tag deal. And we're doing these every day on the run up to Black Friday. So tune in every day, won't you? You'll get some amazing bargains. And I mean, these are, I suppose the thing is, what I'm thinking about these is, you know, something like scissors, you're always going to need, aren't you? Whatever you do, whatever craft, a little pair of really sharp pointed scissors is so useful. I had a message from Lisa. Morning, Stuart. You really are a breath of fresh air. Made me laugh already. I've made everybody laugh there, quite inappropriately. Thanks, Lisa. What's your unique talent, Lisa? I want to know that. Everybody's got one. Well, say everybody's got one. I don't think I've got a unique talent.
Oh, you must have.
Really?
You've just got to think about it.
Because everyone listens when I start to sing. They really don't. They really don't.
Making beautiful bags.
Making beautiful bags.
Yeah. You do make beautiful bags.
Thank you. Thank you.
You
That's
do.
very kind. But I don't think of that as a unique talent. I think of things like, you know, where people can like curl their tongue into three ripples or something like. Well, some people can fold it that way. I'm doing that way, and some people can fold it in. That's genetic, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. Yes, yes.
But I can't do any of that, and I can't touch my nose with my tongue, which our producer Cat can.
No, I can do that.
Oh, you can. Oh, there you go. Look, do it again.
I made me cough.
There's going to be a lot of that today, isn't there? There's going to be a lot of that today. Now, let's just remember this black tag deal, because this is absolutely phenomenal. Now, this deal is only available today up until midnight tonight, okay? So if you come back tomorrow, you might still be able to find Millwood embroidery scissors on the website, but they will not be £5.98 for 2 pairs. No way near. What's our normal price on 1 pair of these? Do we have that? We have that price comparison, don't we? Which was £6.99 for 1 pair. You're getting 2 pairs for £1 and a penny less than that. And Millwood are a brand that I've been using for years and years. Millwood are a great brand of sewing notion, sewing, knitting. Got a lot of Millwood knitting needles.
Love Millwood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
terrific
Really,
brand.
really good.
Terrific brand, great quality. You're getting 2 pairs, and what's super about that is maybe 1 for you, 1 to gift, 2 for you,
I'd have one by my machine.
1 by your machine.
Just for snipping, you know,
Yeah,
or when you need to rethread and you need it, you know.
absolutely. Well, you see, normally, Bex, I would say to people, don't use scissors for thread. Use thread snips,
Right.
because threads blunt your scissors more quickly than you would imagine. However, when you can get 2 pairs for £5.98,
Well, they can be
I'd
your dedicated
sacrifice one.
ones, can't
Yeah,
they?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
for your buy, or keep them, you know,
Absolutely.
on buy your machine.
Make a little tassel, make a little tassel and hang it off one end so that you know this is for snipping threads. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't blunt scissors quickly, but it just, you know, I wouldn't swap them around. But absolutely brilliant for that. 1/3 of the stock gone.
Good for knitting and crochet as well.
You
Snipping
think they
yarn.
would be? I was wondering
Yeah.
the same.
Well, because they're small, aren't they? You can pop them in your bag, and with
Yeah.
knitting and crochet, you only ever cutting through the yarn.
Yeah.
So I always have a tiny pair that I
Yeah.
just have in my knitting bag.
Great. So our Rebecca Reid there has just said great for knitting.
I know, that's what
and
I've got my eye on
crochet.
them. I need them.
I did, yeah, I was thinking the
love
same,
them.
you know, when you're doing that job that we all love to do, the weaving in of the ends.
yeah.
Oh, if you could have seen Rebecca's face.
Oh, I hate weaving in ends. I always go, do it as you go along, and then I never do.
I know. I'm
it
great
all
at
at the
giving
end.
good advice. That's my unique talent.
Yeah.
Giving good advice I'm not prepared to follow myself. Let's have a look at the menu for today and see what's coming up. It is a bumper day, my goodness me. We've got Amber Makes Revisited with Rebecca Reid for the first hour today. And then at 9 a.m, it's Sussex Seamstress Rye jacket with the gorgeous Rebecca Harrison. It's such a lovely jacket, modelled by producer Cat. Not touching her nose with her tongue in that picture, unfortunately. If we'd known earlier, I'd have asked her to do it. And then, it's beautiful. We've got some beautiful boiled wool bundles. Gorgeous colours, you're going to love that. Then at 10 a.m, Rebecca Reid is back with Amber Makes Totally Tote. These are brand new today. There are 3 different versions already selling these. The Robin, how gorgeous is that? The full, you do get the purse as well. You get everything to make the tote bag, everything to make the purse, apart from a zip if you want to add that in. But everything else is included, even down to the lining. They are totally gorgeous. Totally gorgeous. Rebecca, they are. Winter's the most popular at the moment. Features a night and day scene, which I think is rather gorgeous. And I should wait till later, but I've got to tell you, inside there's a little pocket that says secret things, which I love. Love it. Absolutely. When I was a teacher, I knew that the children's pockets were full of secret things, but you never want to know. You don't want to know what's in there. Oh. So that's at 10. Then at 11, skirts for beginners with Rebecca Harrison. Now those got definitely with Rebecca Harrison. We've got 2 different beautiful skirts. We've got Boxgrove and we've got Southwark. Now, and both of those completely suitable for beginners, but also whatever your level of dressmaking ability, they are just a gorgeous pair of skirts, really, really lovely and very adaptable, great for different fabrics too. And then finally at 12 o'clock we've got Sam Sabido with Yarn Lane Adventures in Crafting, and there are so many beautiful products in that show. I think we might need to extend for about 2 or 3 hours more. Crochet flowers, we've got needle punch, so many lovely things. Have a look on the Yarn Lane website and check out all of the beautiful crafts we've got in that show. Beautiful. Now the first 4 hours are Sewing Street. They're on the website, and let's have a little look at that right now. So there we are, live as you like. Click watch live and then scroll down. You'll see our early bird and our today's bestseller, which unsurprisingly at the moment are those embroidery scissors. And then you'll see it splits into 2 columns, pre-order and today's deals. Now on the pre-order you'll see the whole day's products. You can see those gorgeous patterns and also the jacket there, the Rye jacket, the fabric bundles. Now be quick on some of those fabric bundles because we've got very limited stocks. This one, single figures, absolutely beautiful, beautiful colour that. It's so rich. Would make the most beautiful Rye jacket. And then super excited about these, the Totally Totes bags. There are 3 different options. Multi-buy those. There's the Robin. That is very beautiful. There's Winter. That shows the day scene, but on the back of the bag, it's the same scene, but at night. It's really lovely. You get that little purse too. And then there's the Autumn. I mean, that's fab for any time of year, isn't it? But really beautiful. The colours are fabulous. And I love the contrast band around the bottom. Great that you get the purse too. Now then, looking down, we've got some essential dressmaking tools. We've got notions that are going to go brilliantly with those 2 skirt patterns. We've also got a real super bargain here. Now this is both skirt patterns, both from the Sussex Seamstress. You're getting a £10 saving by buying both patterns together. So very, very good value that. If you're a brand new dressmaker, these would both be great patterns for you in terms of the fit, in terms of the make. We love our Sussex Seamstress patterns here at Sewing Street. These are terrific. And I love how, like that button-up skirt, you can make real fancy with multicoloured buttons, rainbow buttons, or you could make it really sort of subtle and smart for the office and just use something quite plain. But it's an absolutely super pattern. Love the tie waist on the Boxgrove skirt as well. That's a fun one. Looks great there in a pattern, but we've also got it made up in a much more sort of low-key, subtle print. But still really pretty. Check this out. Look at that. That is absolutely lovely. And really multi-generational, that one as well. I could imagine all sorts of different ages wearing those skirts. I think they're lush. And then we've got some fabric bundles to go with. We know you love printed denim. Look at that one with the white flowers printed on it. I know that's going to be popular. Now, if you want to shop ahead on Yarn Lane, I would really recommend you do Sam Sabido's gorgeous kits. Not going to hang about. Just pop on over there to Yarn Lane, scroll through, and you'll find all of those patterns. Look, what a fun hour we're going to have. We're not going to have time to demo all of those, of course, because there are so many. But there are crocheted flowers, which look amazing. There are some great sweaters there, crochet sweaters. But also, look at that cute needle punch. Love it. Great Christmas gifts. I'm looking for a betwixtmas craft. A little something.
Oh, a little something between
just between
the two.
Christmas and New Year, just so I can, you know, sit. I mean, actually, I'm here on Boxing
Maybe you should
Day.
learn to crochet.
I'm
Do you remember that was the aim?
to. Oh my goodness.
I think you should get one off Sam. Ask her, beginners.
Yeah, I know, I know. Well, the thing is now, I am surrounded by amazing crocheters and amazing teachers as well. So now I really have got the opportunity to finally crack it.
Yeah, you should. It's nice. It's great. You won't regret it.
Terrible at crochet. But anyway, before we get there, we've got an Amber Makes recap hour. So, we've got a whole array of different projects from Amber Makes, and they're absolutely super. There's some real fun favourites. We love Amber Makes here. Let's start with the Snowman family.
The Snowman.
Can I just introduce the fabulous
yes.
Rebecca Reid?
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now, we have already heard about your unique talent.
Oh, yeah.
But anything else you'd like to demonstrate?
Snowmen.
Snowmen.
Yes, my unique talent is making snowmen.
Over to you, my love.
So, the Snowman kit. Looking how he comes here. In the kit, there is everything to make the 3 snowmen. So they're called Sydney, Sylvia and Sam, just because I thought Mr. and Mrs. was boring.
Absolutely.
So this is what they look like. I'm just going to show you the kit, then you can see. So at the moment, they've all got their knitted hats and scarves on. And in the instructions is the pattern, the knitting pattern to knit the hats and scarves. But actually, on the panel are all the pieces. If you don't want to have knitted ones, they can have fabric ones.
That's so cute.
Sydney has, have I got them the right one? I didn't know, no, I've got the wrong hat on. So which one? Sydney has a black hat because snowmen often have black hats, don't they?
They do.
And Sylvia has a red hat.
Oh, that's stylish.
That's very stylish, isn't it? It's hard putting these on the wrong way around. And then Sam has a little hat. And they also have fabric scarves as well. So if you want to knit it, the pattern is in there. But all the pieces for the fabric hats and scarves are on the panel. So
That's a really fun addition, though, being able to do a bit of knitting as well.
Well, I think they look nicer with. I just love the knitted ones. So
Yeah,
I thought, well, I'm going to
yeah.
have to write a pattern. I mean, they're just bobble hats. They're really easy. Really,
Cute,
really,
though.
really simple to do. They don't use much yarn. You need we did have a bundle of yarn with these. I don't know whether we've still got that. Because you only use 25 grams.
Just little bits, yeah.
25 gram of red, green and cream. It's not very much. Cause
You could always head over to Yarn Lane, to the website, and have a little look and
Yes.
see. We've got all sorts of yarns
Yeah, it's
there.
only, it's not much, but the pattern is in the instructions. So
Where do all your ideas come from, Rebecca?
Oh, I don't know. Lots of general conversations, and Amy and I together sort of have these
Kind of bounce
mad
things off
ideas.
each other.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know where they come from. They just evolve.
Mm.
A lot of things, selfishly, are things that I would like. So
Nothing
the
wrong with
nativity
that.
scene, I've got a knitted nativity at home that I made years ago, and I've never had a stable for it.
Right.
So I thought, do you know what?
Is it that knitted nativity?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's a neutral one.
Oh,
It's
nice.
a sepia one.
Nice.
You know the Alan Dart one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Alan Dart sepia nativity. I knitted it years ago, but it doesn't have a stable, so I thought, let's do a stable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And obviously that has fabric ones, but this stable will be fitting. We'll be having my knitted nativity in it this Christmas.
Nice.
I need to maybe make another one.
Well, maybe you do. Show us the panel, because I'm intrigued how the snow people are put together.
Right, so yes, it looks like, well, there are loads of pieces. So on the panel, you get everything you need to make it. The most important thing you need to do is when you cut the pieces out, they're all labelled. The top of each piece is labelled. So when you cut them out, cut the label off and pin it onto it.
Right.
Because you think you'll remember, but you probably won't. And also, the top and the bottom look very similar, but they're not.
Right.
They're cut on, and they've got slight curves so they fit together. So if you pin that on, then you know what the top is and what each piece are. So those are all the body pieces for Sydney.
And would you just say Sydney out first? Leave the other 2 characters on the panel?
Well, you
and
can
see
do.
what's
When I
going-
cut it out, I think I cut them into sort of blocks.
Right.
What I would say is when you they're all made in exactly the same way, but start with Sydney because he's the biggest and therefore it's easier. And then you just get smaller.
Right.
So I cut mine out into blocks. So it's up to you, or you can just pin it all out together. But there's 4 pieces of arms, there's the carrot noses, then you've got the hat pieces because the hats are all lined.
Yeah.
But then it makes them, it just gives them more structure,
Mm.
I've felt as well, and it makes them a little bit neater. It also means that with Sylvia's hat, if you want her to have a spotty hat, you see.
Oh, it's fully reversible.
Yes, it's reversible
Rebecca, you're
hat.
spoiling us, my
Yeah,
goodness.
You just need to slip stitch the gap a bit neater close than I did. But it is fully
You're
reversible.
doing that thing that we do, aren't you? You're pointing out the
And
bits
you shouldn't do
didn't
that, should you? No, don't look at my errors. But they've even got the eyes printed on them because that's really important. I know sometimes one of the hardest things, if I lay it like that, is getting the features right.
It can make or break, can't it, a soft toy?
But because the eyes are printed on and then you do the nose, you've only got to sew the mouth on. I couldn't print that because it goes across 2 pieces.
Right.
But that's the only bit you've got to do yourself, and that's quite simple. So that was the point of this. And then there's all Sylvia's pieces, there's the scarves, all Sydney's pieces, and see, even he's got, no, Sam, the little one, he's got little eyes on his.
Very cute. Now, we've got a question from Valerie. Said, morning both. I'm sorry, I was just struggling to read.
Yes,
Is there an easy way to turn Sam's arms? I've bought this kit and really struggled with turning them.
Oh, right. Well,
Thanks,
actually,
Valerie.
I do have.
I love the show.
I think I do have an
Thanks,
arm.
Valerie.
An arm. There we go.
There it is.
That I've made in advance. The best way to do it is with a stick.
Yep. We've got turning tools. We've got sticks in there.
Turning tool. Now, I was going to say what I use is my turning tool, but not everybody's got a turning tool. So I would use a stick anyway. The best thing to do is, I forgot where's my, yeah. If you push the end of it in with the end with a stick, make sure it's a blunt-ended stick, not 2 pointed, or you'll break it. If you push that into there, even with Sam, you can do that, and then just push it all the way through, and it will come through.
Yeah.
If you do it gently. If you have any difficulties with Sam because his arms are particularly small, then I would take the 2 arm pieces and sew them wrong sides together and just zigzag them around the edge.
Yeah.
Rather than turn them right sides out.
Yeah.
So, there we go. And then you could use your stick to
Go
just
back in.
push them out.
One of the things I sometimes do is I put a straw, I've got, you know, the metal drinking straws
yes.
that you can get. So I'll put those inside small body parts.
So that's the same as like using the turning
Like
tool.
using a turning tool, but I'll like put it, so for example, where there were the 3 parts of the hand, put each one in and then push that down in.
No, that's a good
push
idea.
that down, push that. So it just helps. But if you want a turning tool, $7.99. There are the details on screen.
Well,
It's
that
from
is,
Prim.
I have a set of Prim turning tools. We haven't always got them for sale, so I don't always talk about them, but I absolutely love them. I use them for things like this. Bag handles, my favourite thing, because they take ages and ages. But a stick is fine. And actually, the medium-sized turning tool works really well on that one.
Cool.
So if we've got them, honestly, that is in my top 5 gadgets of all time.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, and the most useful and the ones that
Well, you know when
get
you're
out
turning
more often
tubes
than
for
any others.
handles, right?
Yeah.
So it takes ages and
I know.
ages, doesn't it?
Well, first bag pattern I ever followed instructed you to sew the 3 sides of the bag handle, and they go from the open end and turn the entire handle through the open end. It took me about an hour and a half.
It does, doesn't
And
it?
at the end of it, I thought, if this is how you make bags, this is the last bag I ever make. But of course, it isn't how you turn them.
But once you discover that, it's the most simple thing. It's just a tube and a stick, isn't it?
It's like a magic
It is
trick.
magic, isn't it?
It
You
is.
get-
That's my unique talent. It's not unique, though, because you can do it too.
Oh, but it is. They are the best thing.
Yeah.
But with Sam's arms, because they are very little, I did do it, but if you have any trouble, I would just sew them right, just put them right sides and zigzag around the edge or something. Or don't give him any arms.
And the other little tip as well I would get, you could use little twigs.
Yeah, little twigs.
You could hot glue gun twigs. But my other little tip would just be that when you're sewing very, very small parts, especially when you're going to turn them through and stuff them, is to use a very short stitch length. That will then make a very firm seam, which is much, much easier to turn through and clip around as well before you turn.
They are just... I did think at one point about leaving his arms off for that reason, but you could just sew them wrong sides together and zigzag around the edge. They'd be fine.
Well, and I love the option that you've got some knitting in there as well. Or you could even, if you love to crochet, I'm sure you could adapt, couldn't you? You could make all sorts of little accessories.
Yeah, clothes and everything.
Love the snowman family, snow people family.
Snow people, yeah. I don't know why I've called them the snowman, but it sort of seemed a bit odd to put snow people. So everything you need is on the pattern, and on top of that you'll need obviously some soft toy filling. What I've said as well is if you want them to stand up or use them as ornaments, if you put some weighted filling, a little bag of that in the bottom.
So like the pellets that we have
Yes.
on the site would be brilliant for that. And 1 bag of toy stuffing for the whole family?
Yes, yes. I mean, I haven't put it in mine, and they stand up.
Yeah.
But if you wanted them,
Be
maybe
better.
a little bag of filling. So
Just
that's
in the bottom.
optional.
Pellets are on the screen, $5.99 for a kilogram bag. That's more than enough for the whole
yes,
family.
better than gravel from my path, which I normally use.
You don't do that.
I know, it's rubbish, dirty as well.
And then your toy stuffing, we've also got recycled toy stuffing. Let's do our bit. $4.99 for a 250 gram bag. That is plenty.
Yeah, that is plenty, plenty.
Now, while we're in Christmas mood, Rebecca.
Right.
Can
Yeah,
we
and
go
that's
to
it. And
the-
you need some buttons, you know,
Oh, yeah.
but only little things from your
Yeah.
stash, really.
You could have great fun, couldn't you, looking in your stash and finding some precious little buttons.
Well, yeah, and I think like you could put bells on their hats. It's also, you know,
a great
personalise them. I
idea.
like to see people often put on our website how they've done it themselves,
Yeah.
and I really like seeing how they've personalised it. Right, so the nativity.
Can I just ask, the Snow family, are they exclusive to here at Sewing Street?
Yes, yes.
Fab,
Yes.
fab. Very nice.
yeah.
Well, let's have a little look at the greatest story, my
The
favourite
greatest-
Christmas story,
Shall
the
I-
Nativity.
Shall I move it here so you can see it? Oh, look, our cat's pinned it on.
So what motivated you to design this Nativity?
Well, as I said, I really wanted a proper nativity with a stable.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be something that was simple, that children could play with, so there's no small parts. I like the idea of being able to decorate all the people, but then that's not always easy. So I thought if we printed everything on there, you don't have to decorate them, because if you look at them, you know, they've got all of the little features that way on them. But if you want to add embellishment to them, you can. So you can sew braid on them, you can sew ribbons onto them, you can embroider over the details. There's so much else that you can do with them. But I wanted to keep it really simple, so it was sort of thing that you could bring out. Like when I did my knitted one, that every year, and you can play with it, and you
Yeah.
can add to it.
Well, it creates a real bit of excitement, doesn't it, bringing out
I
the
know.
Nativity?
And I just think for children, they would love to. So we've got 3 wise men, 2 shepherds, an angel, Mary, and then Jesus. So Jesus, at the moment, should be in the manger. Isn't that right? He's in the manger, and then he goes into Mary's arm. Oh, I can't remember. John Scott told me that.
Oh, I think at the moment...
He shouldn't be
there at
anywhere,
all.
should he? I think he goes. I think you're supposed to put him in the manger on
Right.
Christmas morning.
Right.
I'm sure John told me that.
And then he goes in Mary's arms
I don't know, or maybe Jesus isn't anywhere, and on Christmas morning you put Jesus in the manger.
Yeah.
I guess you would do, wouldn't you? Anyway, I can't remember, but he will fit in her arms, but on the panel is also all the pieces to make the little manger.
That's very good.
Which-
I love the fact that there's straw.
And
in
inside the manger, I mean, well, the beauty of being able to do printed fabric panels is we can have as much detail as we want. So in the manger is straw.
We say
hay.
straw, it should be hay, of
Well,
course.
it is hay, actually, and
Yeah.
it's wooden.
Yeah.
So what's lovely about this, because Amy, who I work with on Amber Makes, we do all of this together, is I come up with these strange ideas, and then I say to her, I want it to sort of look like a manger, and I want it to have wood, and I
Yeah.
want it, and then she comes
The amount of detail is
comes up with it.
incredible.
I mean, what was really
actually.
important is like the inside of the stable.
Yeah.
Can you see? I wanted it to be like flagstones like you would have, but I wanted hay across it as
Yeah.
well. So there's hay scattered. But then when you look on the bottom,
Yeah.
there's obviously not hay.
That's
But even
so
the, you know,
clever.
even the back of it and the sides and the roof, everything looks like, and even if you look inside
Inside the roof.
inside the roof, look, there's all the beams.
It's so
because I think
cool.
it's something wherever you put it, you want to be able to see it from all sides.
Well, I think the thing is as well, because you've designed that for children to play with and engage with, and of course what kids do, well, adults do it as well often, but kids definitely, they look at every little detail, don't
Yeah.
they? They're up close and personal. They want to, you know, I mean, peer into every nook and cranny.
And also because it's got foam interfacing, it's very squishy. So if you wanted to pack it away,
Yep.
I mean, obviously, you know, if it's been squished for too long, you might have to give it a little press. But it's very robust. It's it's a very stable stable. But the,
Like
the
it.
great thing about it is that once you sew the front to the back and you quilt along the lines, because where Amy's created the shadows of this, when you then quilt along them, it really makes it look
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just beautifully put together.
And everything is very robust. So there are there are small bags of weights in here.
Okay, could you use those polystyrene
Yeah, those,
pellets?
yes, yeah. Just to, so they will stand up.
Yeah.
And all of the people have got feet, which
That
is
is so
important.
fun.
Shoes.
Yeah.
So all the men have got Dr. Martens soles, I think. They're quite heavy duty, aren't they?
Good.
Except for Mary, who's barefoot,
Right.
and the angel, because angels wouldn't have shoes, would they? Really?
No, I wouldn't imagine so. None of the ones I've ever seen.
Not
no.
the ones I've ever seen.
No.
And then Jesus, there's Jesus. Oh, was in the wrong place. He's got like a little face and he's all wrapped up.
So much
we go.
detail.
There's Jesus.
So
So if I
much
show you the
detail.
panel,
And you're getting all of that printed on a panel, so you can.
so you
just-
get the full
everything you
instructions, and
need.
it's a big set of instructions, this one, because if you look at it, there's a lot of detail. So I go through in detail exactly how to make the arms and then how to construct. So all the people are made in exactly the same way. Few slight variants. Mary's a little bit shorter. The angel has got wings, so that's slightly different, and there's some information about that. And then I go through the whole thing of how to make the stable, because I wanted to give you enough detail so that you could really feel it was achievable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's often about the level of detail in instructions, isn't it?
Well, you know, there were so many different ways I could do it, and I thought, how can I do it so it's got to be robust and playable,
Yeah.
but also that it's easy enough to do. I mean, obviously there's a lot of stages in it. It will take time, but if you just go through it one by one.
But then you can have real fun and pleasure making the nativity, and there's no reason why you can't get the kids involved in making.
Yeah,
as well.
definitely. You know, they could do some bits each, which is lovely, and also particularly the decoration.
Yeah.
You can sew ribbons and braids on.
Oh, you really could. You could put little, sew little gems or glue
I
little
know.
gems on the three kings.
So if the panel is massive.
Gosh, it really is. There's so much there, and it's
There we are.
$24.99.
There's the rest of it.
I think it's amazing. Just think about if you had a sewing pattern, all right, that had the stable and the three kings, Mary, Joseph, the baby Jesus, the angel. You had all of those on, and then you had to go out and buy. What would you buy? Fat quarters of the wood fabric.
Well,
the straw
it
fabric,
would
the
cost a
flagstones.
fortune, wouldn't it?
I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, I've knitted nativities. I've knitted a nativity. They cost so much because you need so many different colours and actually a reasonable amount of yarn.
Well, on Yarn
into
Lane,
it.
I tried to put a kit together for a nativity, but when I worked it all out, it was going to be £70, and I thought, I'm not.
I know. And it is an heirloom.
£70,
It is an heirloom, but it's a big investment.
because
But-
you need so many colours, don't you?
Exactly. But for $24.99 plus a bag of toy
Yes. So what you
stuffing-
will need for this, on top of that,
Yeah.
is you will need foam interfacing, 1/2 metre of.
So what kind would you recommend?
Well, the Styleville
Yep.
is fine because it doesn't need to be iron on.
Mhm.
The Styleville, which we have got, and you only need 1/2 metre of that. You need 30 centimetres square of interfacing, only because I put interfacing on the bottom of the feet.
So if you had scraps from
Oh,
dressmaking...
yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. It was just that it made the bases a little bit better. Soft toy filling, 1 bag is fine.
Yep.
Obviously less than a bag because it's only for these. And the weighted filling as well, and that's it.
But you collected gravel off
Or
your
gravel.
driveway.
But on the panels, what I've managed to put on are the little bags, because they're printed on there. Because it's important that when you do your filling, you put it in a little fabric bag, otherwise
Oh my
it spills
goodness.
out.
That's even on the panel.
So each one of these has got its own. There we go.
Yeah, I can't believe that. So you really do fill every square inch of that panel.
Yeah. So when you,
Amazing.
I've got one here. Here's one I made earlier.
Thank you for all the love for my new shirt, by the way. I've had some lovely comments.
It's a beautiful shirt.
Liking the new shirt. Thank you.
New shirt. So that's what it looks like. That's the panel when you've made it and you fill it, because you only half fill it and then sew it across the top, and then you can pop it inside, because by doing it bigger, it lies a bit flatter.
Understood.
So you don't need very much, but all of
No.
the little filling bags are on here.
I thought they were like little pillows for everyone to go bye-byes.
They are the very important filling bags. So we have made sure that everything is on there. So, you know, for each person,
Brilliant.
you've got front, sides, back, forearms.
Absolutely fab.
Base with feet.
A little message from Pat, I just wanted to read it from Ceredigion. Jesus put in the cradle on Christmas Eve. Also, wise men should travel around the house until they arrive on the 6th of January, Epiphany. Pat, that's fabulous. I love that.
So you put them in different places.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
I really like that too, travelling around.
I'm going to do that this year.
What a super,
Oh, and then
super
Jesus
idea.
goes in the manger on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve.
But isn't he born on Christmas Day? Maybe that's just a thing, a tradition like that.
See, when you perform the nativity, it's on ChristmasEve at night. They arrive at the stable and the baby Jesus is born.
Yeah.
I mean, we assume in the night, but
So maybe he was born in the night. I'm loving the idea of the wise men, though. I'm going to do that.
I mean, of course, Christmas Day was made, but Jesus' official birthday. What was it, like in the 12th or the 14th century or something, wasn't it? It was decided. The sort of dates were all standardised.
Yes, that's
for
right.
when events would happen. So, yeah.
So I don't know. I like that. So you put baby Jesus in a Christmas Eve.
beautiful.
But the idea of the wise men travelling around the house.
That's a super idea.
That's a good thing to do with children as well, isn't it?
It's a really lovely idea.
And that they have to move.
Yeah.
They could start like in their bedroom, couldn't they?
Yeah, and try and find them as they move around the house.
Imagine, on the 4th of January going, right, who's had the wise men? We found 2, but one is still missing.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, well, thanks.
$24.99 for that panel, and you really are getting.
Well, you get the star
every
as well.
little detail.
And the
Look
star.
at that. It's just amazing.
But I love the print that Amy's done. I think it's really good. So, and
It's
there's all
terrific.
strips on it as well, because everything is bound.
Amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah.
Because it's the easiest way to do it. So shall I show you just
Please, yeah.
quickly? Thought I'd
Oh,
drop
Sue
something
says, I hope Rebecca's cold's not too bad.
in. Oh, thank you. Only because when I was on Monday,
Aw.
it was awful. It really was. I felt really sorry for myself. It's a lot better now.
A lot of love for Millwood, by the way. Messaging in about it. I've got the Millwood
really
soft
like
grip crochet
Millwood
hooks
stuff.
and the best I've ever used. Don't forget, we've got our black tag deal, which is the Millwood embroidery scissors, not 1 but 2 pairs of Millwood embroidery scissors in neon yellow and neon green for £5.98. And remember, that's for both pairs, less than the price of 1 pair. It's our black tag deal, but it's only available up until midnight tonight. The stock is absolutely dwindling before our very eyes. We had hundreds, we don't anymore. So if you'd like to nab yourself, real bargain and really useful to have. And it's the kind of thing that I think we could all agree, 1 pair of scissors, I didn't think so.
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
We need 3, 4,
Many.
6, many pairs.
Many
Yeah,
pairs.
and not all
Always been
different sizes, many of the same
yes.
I'm the same with knitting needles, though.
I know, just
I've
need
got about
loads.
6 pairs of 4mm needles.
I know, it's mad, isn't it? Why? You just do need them.
You do just
You
need
do.
them. Now then,
Right, so I was going to show you basic, rather than demonstrate it, show you how it works. So when you make each of the pieces of the stable, this is one of them made, so this is a roof, you have a front piece and a back piece, and then you have the foam interfacing between them. And then you quilt along the lines, and then you bind them. So this is, where's the one I wanted to show you? In my, maybe still in the bag. There we go.
oh, I've got a lovely message here from Donna talking about when does Jesus go in the manger.
Yeah.
I used to work in a multi-denominational chapel. Every year there was fun with baby Jesus. Oh, I think that's a title for a book, isn't it? The Protestants had baby in the manger all the time, but the Catholics only on Christmas morning. So baby Jesus was like a yo-yo in and out of the manger. That's cute.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, Jesus is like the Queen. He has 2 birthdays. No one knows his actual birthday. So Stuart said it was merged with the pagan god Mithras' birthday to convert everyone to Christianity.
Well,
Oh,
I guess the
interesting.
21st of December, that was a big,
Yeah,
the first day of winter.
midwinter.
It's, I'm sure, it's a good job we have Christmas, because wouldn't winter be miserable?
Oh, it's
You know,
just...
it's so dark, isn't
yeah.
it? That how nice that we have Christmas.
Absolutely.
Good coincidence.
Absolutely. I think we're all really looking forward to Christmas
Oh, well,
this year,
yeah.
aren't we?
Yes.
And making Christmas super special. And I honestly think the one decoration that I cherish bringing out each year more than any other is the Advent. Is the manger.
Yeah,
rather,
my
and
nativity
the
is my favourite.
nativity.
And when I get it out of
Yeah.
its shoebox, where it lives
Yeah.
in the loft, all year, I go, oh,
I know.
like I've forgotten it.
Christmas has finally arrived,
Yes,
hasn't it?
yeah,
You
that
know?
and my Christmas pudding teapot.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I was thinking that
That
too.
as well. And I make my tea throughout December in my Christmas pudding
I've
teapot.
got a knitted Christmas pudding tea cosy.
Oh, have you? No, I've got a Christmas tree tea cosy, but I
Wow.
have got a Christmas pudding teapot that I love.
Nice.
But the
Nice.
nativity, I love this. But you see these pieces, so you have them, they're really, it looks really complex, but it isn't. So you put the lining piece and the outer piece, it's all labelled, with the foam together, and then you quilt along the lines, and then each piece has got its own piece of binding, which is labelled on the instructions. And all you do is pin it on, you sew it all the way round, and then turn it over and hand stitch it round there. Once it's sewn on, this is what it looks like. So that's a roof piece. So they're just bound. So, you know, they're really flexible. And to make it, because I did think about lining it and turning it inside out, and I thought, well, that'd just be really complicated. So when you come to put them together, all you do is, I think you start with the sides, this is just the roof piece, is you just hold them together and you just whip stitch
Like whip
across the
stitch,
top.
yeah. Well, that's really... So they're almost made like a coaster.
Yeah.
Front
Yes.
and back in a binding.
That's
and
all,
then...
yeah. And then what I did is I whip stitched across and then went back again as well, just to give it some, because it's got to be quite durable, hasn't it?
Yeah,
But it's very
absolutely.
easy to construct. And when you do like the base, like here's the base, that has its own piece of binding which matches as well. But you just whip stitch it all together. So once you've made all the pieces,
Yeah.
because when I made it first, I made it from a cardboard box
Right.
and sellotaped it together
Yes.
because I needed to make sure it fit my nativity,
Yes.
obviously. And then I thought, well, this obviously works, just
Where
sellotaping
would we
it.
be without cereal boxes?
Oh, I know, it's
I
wonderful.
think our design process might be quite similar.
And then I thought, well, it works by sellotaping the edges, so therefore the best way to do this is just to stitch it. So
Fabulous. Yeah.
it's quite easy. I mean, it is time consuming. You take it step by step, but it isn't difficult.
Fab. Now, before we move on to the next kit from Amber Mates, we've got a lovely picture. Oh my goodness, from Leslie.
wow.
Here is my nativity. I loved making it. Thanks, Amber Mates.
Oh, that looks
From
gorgeous,
Bishop's-
doesn't it?
Leslie from Bishop Stortford. That is absolutely beautiful. Really gorgeous,
oh,
Leslie.
lovely.
Do check out.
Oh,
Do
that's
check
lovely,
out.
isn't
and
it?
please send in pictures of your Amber Makes, of your nativities, and of course your unique talents.
Yes.
Let's do the flower pots.
The flower pots.
Now
yes.
these live in our dressing room.
They do.
Normally, and adorn our dressing room, and I've always rather admired them.
So the what was the design process around this? Oh, well, I love doorstops. I'm a really big doorstop fan. I have got loads of them.
Yep.
And I thought, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a pot of flowers as a doorstop?
Absolutely.
That's how this thing started. And then I always like to have pairs of things. So often when we do a bag, we'll have a purse with it or something. So I thought, well, they need to have little ones as well. So there's two kits. There's the terracotta, which is this one. So this is the big one, and that's the doorstop. And the little one, well, I put filling in that. It could be a doorstop, but it could be an ornament. It could be a table decoration. Would look lovely in the middle of a table, wouldn't it?
It would look really lovely, and also you could group them as well, couldn't you?
So on the panel, so you have to choose whether you want the terracotta one, and the difference is it's well, obviously you've got a terracotta pot. They all have soil, which is really important, soil fabric.
Love your attention to detail.
Love soil fabric. Well, this is the great thing with working with Amy is I say, well, what I want
I want soil.
I want soil, and she never says how or why. She just goes, oh, I'll get you soil, and then look, and then she does things like look at the bottom of the pots. They've got holes,
drainage hole.
which is really important.
Please
isn't
don't
it?
water your part. Your Amber Makes part.
Also, I'm a lover of fake flowers because most of my plants die.
Well, yeah, I mean,
There was
Elliot,
another
our
thing.
director, just pointed out these would be terribly useful if you don't have a green thumb.
Which is me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the terracotta one. Now, they all have two in the flowers. The flowers all have 2 layers. So if I pull it back, so they have the stem, which has got the stamen on the inside, and then they have the inner petals, and then they have the outer petals, and that gives them a real 3D, because the way I thought is because it's a doorstop, you're always going to be looking at it from above, so you need to be able to see inside.
There's so much detail in there.
And then they
it's
all have
incredible.
leaves, and you can either have the leaves up, or if you fold them back, that gives them a bit of...
And you don't have to put any wire in there to shape them?
No,
or-
they're all super
Very
stuffed.
clever,
They're all
very
really, really
clever.
super
So
stuffed.
even the stems, that's just
Yes,
stuffing.
I'll show you. I have a few bits and pieces.
It's really clever. And I love the decorative pots as well. So this is the terracotta option.
That's the terracotta.
and that's got the
and it has sort of
blues,
and purples and pinks.
Yeah.
Then if you want the blue option, the
This
blue
is like
china.
Sort of, blue china.
I love this one. So
Beautiful.
these are orangey and yellows, but it's the print. It's like a cracked china. It's got crackles
So
in it
clever.
and a hole in
Just
the
have
bottom.
hold it there for a second so we can just have a quick look. How clever is that?
But it is like
it's
a-
crazing.
It is like a crackled.
Yeah.
Is there a name for that?
Crazed.
Crazed.
Yeah.
And that's on the blue pot, and then it has soil, and then obviously there's the baby one. So they have got orange and yellow flowers. Now there's no, you don't need to do any stick, because I thought, if I said sticks, then where are you going to get the sticks from and what they're going to look like? So when you make your stem, you sew 2 pieces of fabric right sides together, and it's already got, everything's printed, so it's got the yellow printed on the top. You haven't got to add anything extra. Then you turn it right sides out and you stuff it. There's my trusty stick. So all you do is you put tiny amounts of stuffing in it and push it in with the stick. And if you just keep doing it gradually, it becomes like this, super stuffed. So, and it will stand up.
It's just stuffing. Yeah, it's like a magic wand.
Well, I didn't want to have to do the whole stick, because then how do you sew it in? So
Yeah,
once you've made all your flowers, then you put the inner petals on, and then
Claire's
the outer
messaged
petals.
in, these will be perfect for you, Claire. All my plants die. Even the sunflower seeds I got didn't turn into sunflowers. I'll stick to sewing and crochet or knitting. Aww.
I'm with her. Mine do as
Claire.
well.
You don't have green fingers.
No.
See, I always say green fingers, but Elliot, our director, said green thumb. What do you say?
Green fingers.
Green fingers.
Yeah.
But I think Americans
do they?
say green thumb.
There's a company, isn't there, that comes and treats your lawns called Green Thumb. Maybe
Is
that's what I
it?
was thinking about.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Green Thumb.
No,
I think he's making that up.
I am notorious for killing houseplants, but something has happened this year, Rebecca, let me tell you, and I've got a house full, but I'm sticking to things like succulents.
That's the only thing that lives for me.
And orchids,
cacti.
I'm good with orchids.
Oh, really?
You know those ones you can buy, I mean supermarket ones.
Yes.
You know, I've got one that's flowered. It flowers twice a year, and I've had it for about 5 years now, and it just keeps on going, and it's
No, I can only do cacti, succulents, and fake plants.
special skill.
Special skill.
Now these, well, I don't want to call them fake plants because that
Faux plants.
They're faux, aren't they? They're absolutely beautiful. They're a piece of
Well, the way that it works is you
They're
make the
gorgeous.
pot like this, so it's unfilled. And the way that it took ages to work out, how am I going to get the flowers to stay in the pot? So
yes.
the actual soil is made up of 4 different pieces.
Right.
If I show you the panel, I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. This will start making more sense.
You couldn't reproduce this, could you, any other way? The panel, having an exclusive panel where you can literally put exactly what you want is the only way you could.
Well,
be
you'd
able
never
to
do it otherwise.
Where would you get soil fabric from?
I know, I've never seen soil fabric. So the fabric is just 4 squares of
Okay.
soil. You sew them together, 2 together, and then the nether 2 together, but you leave gaps. And on the instructions, it says exactly the gaps that you leave. You end up with a big square fabric with lots of gaps in. And then on the panel, there was a circular template
Right.
here, which you don't You don't need, it's just got a flower in it, because why not?
Yeah.
You use that template, you put that on top of your assembled 4 squares and cut round it, and then you've got a
Yes.
circle.
Got you.
You then
So even the template has been turned into something decorative and useful, because I would use that to make
Well,
like a
then- well, that's what we
lavender
thought.
hanging in
'Cause
the
they're-
wardrobe.
And on all of the panels, there's lots of extra pieces like this. So if you look at the, I've got too much stuff on my table.
Oh,
now.
look
If you
at
look at the whole
that.
panel, I mean, you've got
Look at those.
outer flowers, outer
Yeah.
petals, inner petals. There's all the stems. There's all the leaves. That's just one side of it. It's a massive panel.
There's the soil.
There's the pot. Took me ages and ages to work out how to do a
Oh,
pot.
I
I had to get my
bet.
son involved in the end.
I
He's really good at
bet.
maths, and he drew me a template. It's a fulcrum.
The thought, the
Mm.
design, all the work here. You see, this is.
So once you've got your
when-
gaps, this is the
Yeah.
point. You then
Yeah.
put your whole flower in
Yeah.
to the bottom,
Got you.
and you sew it in. You sew it, slip stitch round,
So it actually goes to the very bottom
Yeah.
of the pot.
and then that's enough to hold it up, and then you stuff it once it's all in.
Understood.
Tried it the other round, it doesn't work. But that's how you get them to stay in, because otherwise they would fall over.
And do you use polystyrene pellets for the whole pot?
No,
or
no,
the-
just in the bottom.
Okay.
They're up to about there,
Yeah.
and then the rest of it you
Do you
stuff.
put those in loose, or do you put them in a
No,
bag?
I did
or
put them in a bag
Yeah.
actually, because I find they just start
migrating.
migrating.
Message from Julie. Good morning, both. How lovely to see you together. I'm really enjoying my morning with Rebecca. It's fab. Plants should be treated like children. They need to be fed and watered. Lots of love, Julie. Well, absolutely.
I think I might overwater mine, but I definitely
Yeah.
don't feed them.
I'd be useless with kids as well, in fairness. Yeah. I'd have to have succulents.
Yeah, I don't.
Succulent
I don't
children.
think I've ever fed my plants. No wonder they die. Only the cacti survive.
There you go. A message from Carol. Morning, folks. I do have green fingers and don't like houseplants, but would have these. Any chance of making more to match the seasons? Yes.
Different flowers.
Yes.
So in the
yes.
small pots.
Oh, could you do poinsettias? Because I buy poinsettia
yes.
every year.
Oh, gosh,
and by
that's a
about
good
January
idea.
the 5th, it's like a
Yes.
horror film.
Next year, I promise
Could
we'll do one.
you?
So the small pot has like tulips in it, slightly different flowers, because those got a bit fiddly, and even smaller, they'd be even fiddlier. Because I do think a lot about when we do these, how difficult, and if it's
Right.
too fiddly.
Yes.
But I quite like tulips, so the smaller
And these
pot,
are the lovely buds, yeah.
they have like little tulips. They're made in the same way, and you can turn the stems down, the leaves over if you want, but they have tulips. That's the terracotta one, and then if you
Really
have
lovely.
the blue one, they have.
Pick your colourway. The most popular is the blue china pots.
Is it?
Yeah, I love those. And I love the oranges and yellows. We're a bit limited though, I'll be honest with you. We're a little bit limited. So don't hang about if you love
They'd be a
those
good
amber
present, though, you see.
They'd make a really good present. Housewarming.
Yeah, or just a thank you gift or a Christmas present, you know.
Rebecca, we've got 5 minutes to get through the last 2 projects.
Okay,
So
we'll just talk
let's
about
do
them.
the thatched cottage,
Yes.
please.
Well, the thatch cottage was actually the first kit that Amy and I did for Amber Makes. Purely because I love doorstops, as I told you. And I love a thatch cottage.
Yes.
So this is the first one that we did. It sounds really heavy because it does
I
have
love the way
gravel
you
for my
thump it
path. I
down.
know. It makes it stand better. So in the thatch cottage kit, you get everything on the panel you need to make the doorstop, as well as the little pin cushion, which could be an ornament or a pin cushion. You can push, whichever you want. You can decorate it. On mine, you can see I've embroidered roses. All of the roses and everything are printed on the panel. But if you want to embellish it, you can embroider on top of it as well.
That's a lovely detail.
On the panel, all the windows and doors are printed, but they're also printed as separate pieces so that you can applique them on as well. So if you put them on a piece of felt, it makes it a bit more 3D. So you don't have to. So there's options. If you don't want to applique, you don't want to embroider, you don't have to, but it just adds embellishment.
I love that.
There are chimneys on the top. And obviously a handle, which is quite important, isn't it? And then if you work all the way around the house, you can see there's a front door and a back. The back door's not embellished, so you don't care about the back as much.
Right.
Don't put roses around your back door.
No.
All you need is obviously some weighted filling, and you will need some filling and then it has a bit of wadding in the roof, but it's all printed.
I love the little attic
Like a
window at the
thatch.
side.
I know, that's really sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then the baby one as well, which just matches it. So some people have used them as pin cushions, some have just used them as an ornament. But again, that's a really nice housewarming gift, isn't it?
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's so appealing. At $19.99 to get you a panel with absolutely everything on the panel.
I'll hold the
But
panel
you're also
out, at
getting
least we
your
can see it.
instructions as well with that.
You're all,
aren't
yes, you can't really
Which
do
is
it without. So there's the
phenomenal. Look at
panel.
that.
So it's got all the thatched roof bits.
All of these exclusive designs come with Amber Makes full instructions. I mean, that's just terrific value. The thought of being, well, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start in terms of like the instructions, sizing, all that kind of thing. You've done all of that, but also just all those specialist fabrics that you've
Well, like the bricks,
collated.
the red brick
Exactly.
fabric, that you'd have to buy it
At that quarter.
of red brick fabric. And there's all the sort of the separate windows and doors. So you can see it's all the doors and windows are printed on, but if you want to add them on top, then they're all separate too.
It's really, really gorgeous. I love that. Very, very appealing. If you know somebody whose heart's in the country,
Yeah.
this would make a great housewarming or little house gift for them. But just lovely to have as well. Doorstop, pin cushion option there as well. I think that is absolutely lovely. And we've got one more Amber Makes project on the show, which is the stained glass sunrise.
Yeah, so this is a really simple project. This is if you want to, I'll show you the panel. If you want to do some quilting and make a hanging, it's ever so simple. So on the panel is this beautiful design of, I don't know how.
That's lovely.
And it actually looks like it's shimmering. The glass looks almost 3D on it. So what I did, it's all in the instructions in how to make it. There's a picture of it fully made on there. That's what it looks like when it's finished. You quilt it.
Yeah.
So what I did, I used a twin needle to quilt mine because the black lines printed on here are exactly 3 mils apart, so they'll fit with a 3 mil
amazing.
twin needle. I twin needle. You don't have to. You could just quilt along. But if you do that, then it looks like the leading that you get, and then you make it with just tabs at the top, and then you can hang it up. I know a lot of people have made them to hang on their back door, or they've given them to their local church, or different things. So just all the instructions you need are on there. The only thing you need on top of that, just checking, you will need a metre of, I used black fabric just because it matches.
For your backing.
Yeah, and for the
some batting.
the binding as well, and you'll need some wadding as well. But that's all. But all the instructions are there. But it's just, it actually, I think it's clever how she's done it. It looks like the glass is shining.
Yeah, it really does. It's got a beautiful effect, that, and also, you know, just that leading as well. I mean, it's a really lovely project. Look at how it looks when it's all finished. I mean, we've got a few projects here for Christmas, but this would be amazing to start making now, ready for Easter, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's true.
Really lovely Easter wall hanging to bring out. As you say, you could make it for your local church, but beautiful in your home as well. Really stunning, that. Really stunning. That's, Rebecca, it's been such a lovely first hour.
Oh, no, it's been a pleasure.
It's been jam-packed.
Chatting.
Well, loads and loads of different demos there. It's nice not to always sew, because I always think, like, I don't know, sewing is just like a needle going up and down. You know what I mean?
I know, but sometimes I used to just talk
all those
through it.
individual elements and skills. Yeah, good. I hope you found it useful and enjoyable. We'll have some sewing in the next hour, of course, with our lovely, lovely tote bags, brand new from Amber Makes. Super excited. Now, must just give you a pre-warning there. The winter tote bag, already a third of the stock has gone. The robin as well, a quarter of the stock. So I would definitely jump onto pre-order, and I would grab your Totally Totes now, and then you can just sit back and enjoy the demos later on that Rebecca's going to be doing. Now, don't forget today's black tag deal, which is for 2 pairs of Millwood embroidery scissors. They started at £15.98. We took £10 off that price, slashing the price, plummeting that price right down to £5.98. It's our black tag offer. It's only available today until midnight. Now, we have seen these elsewhere. We showed you them at £6.99 a pair. Ours are less than £6 for 2 pairs, £5.98. Now, hundreds of you have already bought these, but we do still have some left. About half the stock is left. So if you want to, if you've had a little think and you need to get more of these, you're thinking about friends at sewing club, or relatives, or even just that these would be useful to have in different parts of the house. Yeah, I need scissors in the bedroom, scissors in the craft room, scissors in the kitchen, wherever I craft, which is everywhere. Everywhere. Didn't want to let you forget about that before we go to break. We're going to go to a little break now. Grab yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. We've got a lovely show coming up, coming right up after this break. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello there, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company this morning on this special Wednesday. We're joined today by Rebecca Harrison. I'm having to get my head around Rebecca's. Rebecca, hello!
Hello!
How are you?
I'm all right. It's lovely to meet you.
Love your dress.
Oh, thank thank you.
I love your dress. It's
And I've
so-
completely forgotten where it's from, but we can't say anyway, can we?
Did you make it?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're not interested then.
Well, I didn't make my shirt either. While we're on this,
We don't have time, do we? We're
Not
making for other
really.
people all
I
the
know,
time.
I know. Well, I love it anyway.
Oh, thank you.
It's great to meet you
And
at
you as
last.
well.
I'm very excited. And really looking forward to this hour and our hour later.
Yeah.
Now, in this hour, we've got the wonderful Sussex Seamstress Rye jacket, haven't we?
Yeah, I love her patterns.
Tell me why.
Very well, because they're very clear, and she does a tutorial as well, and obviously you can watch these back as well. But it's the quality of the paper as well.
Right.
It's really the pattern, the paper that the pattern is on is very good quality, so you can just use it over and over again. You haven't got to worry about holes in it
Absolutely.
ripping and things. So
Yeah, like the tissue paper
Yes,
can. It's a
yeah.
great looking jacket. Here's our producer, Kat, modelling it rather beautifully, I've got to say. Yep, comfortable, nice and soft. Here it's made in boiled wool, and we've got some bundles, but we were talking be really lovely in linen.
Yeah.
You could make it in a denim. Absolutely lovely. I think I would call this like a shacket, because it's that kind of crossover between shirt and jacket,
Yes.
isn't it? Or it could be.
Yes.
Depending
Yeah.
on the fabric.
Yeah, yeah. It looked nice in a tweed as well.
It would look lovely in tweed. Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
Now then, the pattern for the Sussex Seamstress Rye jacket is £15.50. It's brand new in today. Now, skill level wise, Rebecca, where would we need to be at to make the Rye jacket?
I would say sort of intermediate, which I think is what Jane has said as well.
Yeah.
In her, let me just grab.
I'm going to grab out the pattern.
Yes, grab out the pattern, because I think she's put intermediate. I would say you'd need a level of sewing skill. Yeah, she's put intermediate.
Intermediate.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
certainly, I mean, as you mentioned, you're getting a great pattern, really detailed instructions, but also there's always an accompanying video, isn't
Yeah.
it, where the whole jacket is made. So
Yeah.
you can see all those individual elements. So if you've done a bit of dressmaking before and you've got an okay and you're ready to move on to something else,
Yeah.
something that requires a little bit more, if there are any skills that you're not confident in, don't forget you can re-watch Rebecca's demos today. You can also watch the accompanying video tutorial, and that's just available on YouTube.
Yes, yes.
Fabulous.
Yeah, easy to get
Fabulous.
hold of.
Now, wonderful size range. I'm super impressed with this. Sizes 8 to 30. So a great range of sizes there. And even for up to the 30, you're going to need 2.1 metres of fabric. Now, we've got bundles today that are 2.5 metres. So any of our fabric bundles that you see today in this show are enough to make the largest size.
Yeah.
And I love boiled wool.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I used boiled wool for a jacket in the sewing bee, actually.
Yeah.
It was my go-to because you don't need to line it, you don't need to overlock
Yeah.
it doesn't fray.
Yeah.
In fact, the seams look good, don't they?
They do. Yes, yeah.
Do you
they
like boiled wool?
I do. Yeah, yeah. It's lovely to work with. It's nice to work with. Yeah.
Fab. Now, the bundles that we've got today, let's have a little look. Now, the one that we've got, can you see the jacket behind me that it's made from? That is from teal. That's this one here, isn't it? This is the teal. Now, you're getting 2.5 metres of the boiled wool. I'm just going to open this up. This is absolutely gorgeous. Now, think about what you would pay if you bought a wool coat. Really beautiful quality wool coat. And this is absolutely gorgeous. One of the things I really love about boiled wool is it has the most gorgeous drape to it. So it's a really nice, I mean, it's nice weight to it. It isn't thin, but it still hangs really nicely. It has a lovely, lovely drape, and it feels nice on as well. As Kat said, when she put her jacket on, it's comfy. You can easily pay £120 for a wool jacket, can't you? This is in Hobbs. £200. In the sale, it's 119 for a wool jacket. And again, it's that similar style. It's really popular at the moment, this crossover between shirt and jacket. A lot of people call them shackets, but you know, it's that kind of fairly light. There you go. I can barely tell the difference between the models. That's quite a look. Hey. Fraction of the price, and you get all the fun of making too. You can make it fit you beautifully. Love that it has pockets.
Oh.
Anything with pockets, I'm
you've
so
got to have
there.
a pocket, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're not kidding. Secret things. This is a lovely colour as well. You know, it's got a beautiful, it's almost like sort of petrol blue. It's absolutely divine. 2.5 metres. You're getting absolutely plenty there. £53.99 for 2.5 metres. Now, other colours available. Let's have a little look at those. We have this pink. Now, this is a sort of rose. It's almost a lilac rose, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is so soft, I can't stop touching it. Now, we were talking earlier on, weren't we? You know, and we were saying, not exactly a pink person, but actually this is...
I love that though. Yeah, I would wear that, most definitely.
It's a really flattering colour, isn't it? Lovely. The way it sort of folds softly is very, very appealing. I like that. Now, that bundle is in single figures, the pink, so be careful with that one if that's the one you wanted to go for. Now, we also have this, we've called this sapphire. This is a really kind of a bright teal to me. Yeah, or ocean. This is lovely. I would wear that.
Yeah, I'm drawn to all of them, to be honest. But,
gorgeous. Again, £53.99. It's a really good price. Now, remember, for this jacket, you don't have to line it. It's not lined.
No.
So you're not going to have to buy a separate lining. You're not going to have to overlock your seams. They're not going to fray. So this is a great material. You could make the Rye jacket with other fabrics, but for a winter jacket, this is perfect.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need lining, doesn't need all those sort of finishing techniques inside. So a great option. And then finally, we're going to be demonstrating with this. This is the silver, which is a lovely sort of charcoaly marl. Lovely mix this. Elliot is desperate for somebody to make him a men's version of the Rye jacket in this silver grey boiled wool. Well, the jacket that I made on Sewing Street, there now, on the Sewing Bee was very, very similar to this. And I thought it looked lovely. Really good. So, Rebecca, where do we start?
Okay.
Where do we start?
Where do we start? Well, the thing to point out, I think, because people might, you won't get confused, but there's no side seam. So the two side panels have sort of been grown together. You can see there. So that's your side seam there that Jane has marked in. And then you've got your front and your back.
So is that cut out as one piece?
Yeah, it's cut out as one piece. So you're attaching your centre front on that line and your centre back on that line.
Oh, I understand. And then it goes around the side.
It goes around the side, yeah.
I'll just show that here so you can see.
So you haven't got a side seam.
So if you can just see here, so this would be your centre line, which is marked on the pattern piece but not actually cut. So this is that seam at the back.
Yeah.
And then here the seam at the front, and then the pocket actually goes over that seam there.
Yes, it does.
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah, I thought that's a nice feature,
it's
isn't
lovely, isn't it? Really nice when you get up close.
It's tactile, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's such a smart jacket. Yes, sorry, I digress.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So I've attached one together. So what I've done is I usually I mark my any notches or anything like that, I mark with a tracing wheel and tracing paper, because that's, you know, it's my background. Can't really do that with wool, so I've tacked. So you can see, can't you pick that up? I've tacked all the marks that need to be on. So these here are the position for the pocket, and then you've got various marks to make sure you match up properly.
Yep.
And then you've got, this is your underarm seam here. So there's marks to make sure that you placing your sleeve in properly. They
really help, don't they?
Yeah,
those marks.
yeah. So it takes a little bit of time, but I think, you know, a lot of people do this anyway, don't they? But I'm just used to running around with my tracing wheel. But I quite enjoyed it actually, going back to sitting, you know, doing my tacks.
Doing tailor's tacks.
Yeah, doing my tailor's tacks. So as you can see, I've attached one there. Let me turn it round that way. So this is your front. So this is your centre front here, which is where your buttons and your buttonholes are going to go, and that's that seam on the side there, just going over where your just the curve of your bust would be, and then the pocket is placed in between that seam there. So I'm just going to do the other one on the other side. So it's like a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, really, isn't it? A nice one.
And I love the fact with boiled wool that you don't have any fraying at all when you cut the pieces out. It's almost, if you've never worked with it before, it's almost like it's almost like a thick felt, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, very much. Yes.
And so it's very stable. It doesn't stretch out of shape. It has a bit of give in it.
It does.
But nice in the sense that when you put it on your body, it will drape and it will sort of, you know, go over your shape. But it doesn't stretch out of shape when you're working with it. No.
Nice, it's a little bit of ease to go in, and it just does it beautifully. Yeah. Really. I mean, you know, if you wanted to, you could bind the seams, so you've got a colour or something, so you can see.
That would be nice.
You know, just a flash of something as your
little bit of liberty.
Yes.
Binding.
Yeah, something like
nice.
that. You know, you could have something like that if you wanted to.
Now you could match that up actually with the buttons on the outside. You could do covered buttons, and maybe if you'd use like a little bit of liberty, like a floral tanner lawn to bind your seams inside, then you could use that same liberty print to cover some buttons to go on the front of the jacket.
Yeah, that would be
make a
lovely.
nice little. We've got covered buttons in the show. They're on pre-order at the moment. You can see there the self-cover buttons, metal. They're 29mm, pack of 4. And for this jacket, you do need 4 buttons, so perfect.
You do indeed.
Perfect.
So I'm just going around that slight curve now. It's very subtle.
And what's your background, Rebecca? Tell me a little bit about how you got into sewing.
So, well, we always did sewing at school. I can remember in primary, we would do sewing. So I can remember making an apron with embroidery on for my mum.
Yeah, oh, lovely, yes.
And that sort of thing.
The apron.
The apron, yes, and a little needle holder. That sort of thing. And also in secondary as well, we had sewing. So my love of that came from that, really. And my mum used to make our, you know, clothes. My sister and I, yeah.
So you were brought up with a dressmaker in the house.
Yeah. So we used to have that. And then my school actually was absolutely fantastic for art-based, anything art-based. I'm just going to get a. So I've bought my. Sorry, Mother, I've borrowed this from your house.
Is that your special pressing glove?
Oh, it's what my mother's given me.
Is it your mum's special
yes,
pressing
that's my
glove?
mum's.
So when you're pressing your seams, you'd recommend using a cloth?
Well, I just like to, because I don't want to damage any of the. I don't want to flatten any of that wool. That's all. I mean, it's not, you know. It's just I tend to do that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
needle cases.
yes. So at school, and then I went to my local college, Stafford, and did 3 years of fashion. And then I went from there to the London College of Fashion, and studied costume, because I wanted to specialise in costume for film and theatre.
Amazing.
So I did that for 2 years, and then I got a job at Angels and Bermans. They were.
Oh, and we know who worked there
at the time. Yes, well, that's where I met John. He used to come. I was in the workroom, and obviously he worked with the on the films with the designer.
Yeah.
Yes, he used to come in the workrooms and obviously talk through everything that was being done.
Right.
And so that's how I met him.
What was he like back then?
Oh,
About John.
I always say, you know, he really sticks out in my mind, because there was a lot of designers and things that would come in. They didn't really talk to you very much.
No.
But John was so lovely, because
Yeah.
he'd come in, you know, as he's happy as he is,
Yes.
smiling and everything, and he'd say, you know, have a little chat with us all, and so you know, he really stood out.
Hands-on.
Yes,
friendly.
yeah, just coming in and having a general chat and making sure we were all okay and that we all understood exactly,
Yeah.
you know, what was needed.
Just
And
generally lovely.
yes.
As he is now,
Yes,
of course.
yes.
Oh, we love our John. Oh, that's so cool. Now, we've got a couple of questions. Melon has asked, hi, Stuart and Rebecca. Can I ask, could you use other materials like denim or linen, please?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes,
yeah.
those would be beautiful. I'm
Yeah.
actually in Jane's, on her YouTube video.
Yeah.
She's using a denim.
Yeah. Denim would be great,
Yes,
wouldn't it?
yeah.
Again, still unlined, linen as well, you know, just then obviously you would, and I would bind the seams as
Yeah.
you suggested for something like linen or denim rather than overlocking. They would look really lovely.
I think so.
Question from Joe coming across the bottom of the screen. Morning both. Please could you tell me what needle I should use for boiled wool? Because I've bought the pattern and the red bundle. Joe, you got the red
one.
bundle. That was gorgeous. We didn't even look at that because it's sold out. Now we know who got it. Well done, you. Yeah, what needle would you use for boiled wool?
Well, I'd slightly heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think.
Like 90?
Yeah, I was going to say 80, 90. Yeah, I would say, yeah.
But universal or?
Yeah, I mean, you can get needles for wool, can't you? Wool and denim and things. But I think universal, you'll be fine. I mean, that's what I've got on my machine at home at the moment, which is what I did that one with, and it was absolutely fine. So.
But if you use something like an 80 or a 90 jeans needle,
yes,
that would.
Yeah. I think.
Cool.
Yeah, I think.
Hope that
that'd be
answers your
fine.
question, Joe. And do please send us a picture of the Rye jacket in that beautiful. It was called Sangria. It's the most amazing shade. Beautiful, intense sort of pink. Love it. Now, where are you up
So
to?
I'm just placing this my pocket. Oh, and also what I wanted to say as well, but when you do your pockets and your hems for your sleeve and the bottom of the jacket, because this is quite thick, don't turn it and then turn again. So obviously in the instructions, it's, turn over 1 centimetre and press,
Yeah.
and then turn over 3.
Right.
So just turn it up 4.
Yes.
Because it's not, it's not going to fray, it doesn't look awful or anything, but just turn it up because it's just a lot flatter.
Yeah.
It just holds its shape a bit better if it's not, doubled over.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want all those extra layers of
No,
foiled wool,
no,
do you?
and there's really no need. You don't need to do that
No.
at all.
Now, where you're putting your pocket on now, you're going to top stitch the pocket
I'm
in
going to
place.
top stitch round, yeah.
Our producer, Kat, was just saying, oh, this is where I would use something like a really bold red or a bright magenta pink.
Yeah.
Heavy thread to top stitch that in place.
Yeah, definitely.
Make a real feature.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's what's great about this jacket, the Rye jacket. You can make it bold, you can make it subtle, quiet, loud.
And that's the great thing
Smart
about
casual.
making it yourself as well, isn't it?
Completely.
You can do it how you want to do it.
Yeah, yeah. You could really adapt it, couldn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, definitely.
Got a question from Katie now. Thanks for emailing in, everyone, by the way. We love this. Hi, student team. Would you line the sleeves to make it easier to get on and off, Katie? I like that a lot.
I mean, you could. You could. I mean, there isn't any problem with it going on and off. But
No.
again, the things like that is completely up to you, I think.
Yeah.
It's a personal thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So if you so wish, there's no reason why you couldn't do that.
It's an easy
at all.
enough job,
Yeah.
isn't it? Just would you just describe the process just quickly for us, how you would do that if you wanted to line the sleeves?
Yeah, so obviously you've got your sleeve pattern, so you just cut out in your lining. What I would do is I suppose it's a bit difficult if you haven't got a stand, because what I usually do when I do a lining for a jacket, I turn the jacket inside out, I put it on my stand, and then I pin the sleeve or the lining in place to make sure that it's not pulling or anything. And then just remember as well, when you're attaching your sleeve lining to the hem of your sleeve, to leave a little bit of like an over, more fabric than you need.
A bit of fullness.
Yes, so that when you turn it through and you put your arm through, it's not all puckering up because the lining is too tight. So that's the thing, keep trying it on before you stitch it in. Keep trying it on, tack it in, because obviously, don't put it on when there's pins in. Keep trying it on and making sure that it's sitting nicely and it's sitting properly. But you just need that little bit of ease at the bottom of the
Understood.
So
But
it's
I
not
like the question, and I think it's a really that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
I think, definitely, Katie, you could line those sleeves. Kat, our producer's just told me it's I'm assuming it's a young fashion trend to go a size up.
Yes.
With clothing. I'm having to do
Or
that anyway.
Or a few sizes
I'm
up,
having to
isn't
go
it?
a few sizes up.
Yeah, me too.
You've been checking out the clothes in my dressing room. They're all a size or two bigger than they used to be. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Oh dear. I think we've all got that problem, I think.
Yeah, but it's fashion now to go a size up.
So it's fine.
So it's fine. I've never felt younger or more beautiful. A question from Trudy. We have a question. Hi, could you cover stitch the hem?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
No reason why you couldn't. I mean, with the balled wool, it would be quite nice as well if you hand stitched it as well. If you didn't want to see that line.
Yes.
So you could hand stitch
Yes, so at the
that,
moment
or
you've
the
got a
pockets
line.
as well. You can hand stitch that. But yeah.
Just for those that don't know, what is a cover stitch? What does that mean? Could you cover stitch?
Well, that's your line of stitching that you can see, which is it's also called a cover stitch.
Cool, great, love that. So even when you're sewing through multiple layers, on your machine, don't have to use a walking foot?
Well, yes, no, absolutely, you can, and it you know it does help some people to glide through, because it does, you know, when you're putting something like this on, it, you know, you're sewing quite a few layers there, so yeah, by all means you can use your walking foot.
But not necessary.
No. Well, I think it depends how confident you feel you are. I mean, I'm not used to using a walking foot. I don't use them very often.
No.
So I you know, tend to just do what I usually do.
Or quilting, you're used to using one, but it's
Yes.
not used a lot in dressmaking, are they?
Not really, but I can completely see the benefit of it though. Yeah, most definitely, I can see the benefit of that.
Now those pockets aren't lined, are they?
They're not.
There's no lining in there. You could
No.
add lining if you wanted.
Yeah.
You could add a binding to the top rather than hemming the top. You could add a
Yes.
little binding. You could use your Liberty print fabric
Yeah,
there
that would
as
be
well.
lovely.
Fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be really lovely. So yeah, so that's that one done. So that's both your pockets on. So now I'm going to put my centre backs together. So there is a seam down your centre back.
Yeah.
There's a lot of jackets, you know, don't have a centre back seam, but this one does. Oh, and then the other thing, I always say this as well, because this is such good quality paper, I cut my patterns out to the largest size. And
Which
then
is 30,
which is 30, which
by
is
the way,
brilliant.
yeah.
And then I just cut in and fold to the one because, you know, inevitably you're going to get people saying, "Oh, I love that jacket. Where'd you get that jacket from?"
What a clever idea. I've never
And
seen
then,
that before.
and then, you know, somebody might say, "Oh, well, I'd prefer mine in a size, I don't know, 20 or whatever," and you can say that's fine, because then you can just go along and fold it again.
That is the best tip I've ever seen ever.
So
That answers
and
Anne's question too, who asked what size does the pattern go up to? A 30, Anne. A 30.
Yeah.
That's a great range of sizes, isn't it, from an 8 to a 30?
It's brilliant, and you don't often get that, do you? But Jane always does that.
And all in one pattern. Yeah. You
Yeah,
have to buy
she
two
always
different
does.
patterns.
Yeah.
That is such a superb tip, Rebecca. The folding the. I'm blown
Well,
away.
it just means it just lasts longer, and I always think it's such a shame to cut off other, you know, all the other sizes. It's just a shame, because you might buy this, and the person you're making for might be the size 8.
Yeah.
And then you've lost all those.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. And let's be honest, you know, our shapes change, our sizes change over time as well.
Yeah.
Whereas our taste, when we find a good pattern, this jacket I could imagine being made in so many different fabrics, so many different styles, and for years and years.
Yeah.
For different occasions too. I mean, lovely in the boiled wool, pair of jeans, scarf, you know, woolly hat out for a walk with the dogs.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Linen with a nice sort of lightweight scarf for in the spring and summer. You know, it could make a great little jacket to add to a wedding outfit.
Yeah, I was just going to say that actually. Yeah,
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but equally could be made in denim with some, you know, fun, bright covered buttons or something like that. You know, a little rainbow button or something down. And maybe with denim, I would do something like a bright pink button, a bright orange, a bright yellow, maybe a lime green button, something like that.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
So, another question. Hi, Stuart. Which one of the blue fabrics is which? Are the web picks the right way round? Thanks for that question, Collector. They are the right way round. Let me show you. This is the teal. Now, this is the, I guess, bit darker of the two blues. This is more of what I would kind of call a petrol blue. It's the darker. This is we've called teal. Okay, and the details are on screen right now.
Sorry, I've just disappeared. I'm just going to change over the iron.
All right, that's that teal. It's a bit darker than we'd normally call teal, I think, but that is the teal. That is the teal. And then we have sapphire. We've only got 4 of these bundles left. This is the brighter. Now, I suppose I would agree with you. This is what I would call teal, but this is called sapphire, and this is the brighter one. So if you want a brighter teal, then go for sapphire. All right, and details for that are on screen right now. Your mum's tea towel's getting a workout,
I know.
Rebecca.
She'll
in
be
so much trouble when you
I
get
know.
home.
I
Does your
can
mum
hear
watch
her.
you when you're on
Yes,
air?
I can hear her now. Sorry,
What's your
Mum.
mum called?
Susan.
Susan, morning. Don't be too hard on
I know.
Rebecca.
I'm sorry, Mum.
She's treating your tea towel with respect. Morning to my mum too as well. Morning.
Oh,
Morning. How are you, Bab? My mum watches every show I'm on.
Oh,
It's the
of course
only
she
television
does.
she watches. It's the
Oh.
only television she watches.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, no, my parents always watch when I'm on.
Oh.
So yeah, my dad will be there
Dad
too.
watching as well?
Yes.
What's your dad called?
Roger.
Roger, good morning. Morning. I want pictures now.
Oh.
Question from Joanne. Hi again. Thanks for your answer about the needle size. Should I wash the boiled wool before I make? Brilliant demo. Thanks again. That's from Joe. Should we pre-wash boiled wool?
Well,
Is it washable?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it has been. I don't. Suggests that it is, isn't it? Boiled.
It's been
I mean,
boiled.
yeah, but I mean, I do usually wash fabric
Yeah.
before. But you might want to look. I would look that up before you put it in your washing machine.
Okay.
Because it might.
We'll do a little bit
yeah,
of research while you carry on making.
Yeah.
It's a great question, Joe. Thanks for that. We'll research. Now, one question, and funnily enough, Rebecca,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you this morning when we were chatting. We were chatting about adjustments, weren't we? And
Yes.
things like that. And I was going to ask you, could you lengthen this jacket? And we have had some questions asking that question.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. What you've got to do is, if you've got all your pattern pieces flat, let me see, let me bring that there. There we go. So if you've got your pattern pieces flat like this, get yourself a ruler and follow this line, because what it will do, because as you can see, it's flaring out slightly because it's just going over your hip. So what you want to do is get a ruler and place it along this line and follow that line, and it will. You're not going to be going straight. You will be going off at an angle, but follow that line as far down as you want to go, and do it on every piece, and make sure that you do follow those lines so that you're having that graduation, so that it's going to fit over your bottom and your lower hips.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it would be just the back. It would be the 2 sides at the back. And then it would just be the 2 front pieces.
Yeah, so you've got
So you've got 3 pattern pieces to adjust.
So you've got that piece there, which you can already see is flaring. Put it that way, so you can see it's already flaring. So you just literally just follow that down for as far as you want to go.
It's not a difficult adjustment, is it?
No.
Just
No.
keep in mind, folks, if you're using the bundle. You'll need 2.1 metres to make the largest size of the Rye jacket. That's the 30, remember, as is. If you start to lengthen any of the pattern pieces, obviously that is going to affect how much fabric that you'll need. But what I would say is we've already got 0.4 of a metre extra in this bundle, even for the largest size. So I think you'd be all right, wouldn't you?
As long as you're not making
massively
it
floor length.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, if you're just adding a little bit,
Yeah.
you should be okay. Yeah.
We have washing instructions for boiled wool. Now, this doesn't tell you whether to pre-wash the fabric, but Rebecca, you'd always pre-wash dressmaking fabrics
I
if you
would,
could.
yeah, I would, but I'm not sure about this. I think that well, you're about to be told, aren't you?
Well, let's have a look. It says a gentle, cold to lukewarm bath. An actual bath would be good, where it can be spread out and not need moving around much, with a specific wool wash. Avoid agitation or wringing. I think that's of the fabric, isn't it, rather than yourself? Although I avoid agitation if I possibly can. Carefully rinse and roll and press in a towel to remove excess water. We strongly recommend testing a small piece first to be sure. Now, this isn't our advice. This is advice we managed to find on the internet from the manufacturer of this wool, of this boiled wool. So I think that's very specific advice, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And I would, probably dry clean in future.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, the finished jacket.
Yeah. I would say.
Got about 20 minutes left.
Oh gosh, right. I want to get onto the collar, so
We've got so many questions coming in for you. Are you all right to sew and I'll read out questions?
Yes.
Is that all right?
Absolutely, yes. I'll do my best to answer.
Fabulous. Okay, first one is from Glenys. Hi, Stuart. Could this be made from a heavyweight fleece or would it not have enough structure? Love the show and demo. I'm going to hand that straight over to you, Rebecca.
Yeah,
fleece.
I mean you've heavyweight. I would say you'd be all right. I mean this is this isn't a a really fitted jacket anyway. No. It's
might you go a size up?
Yes, yeah, quite possibly. But I think you would be okay to do that.
I'm just laughing, Rebecca, because your mum has messaged on Facebook. Loving the demo, Rebecca. I forgive you for using my tea towel. Good morning, Stuart. Susan. Oh, Susan, you're an absolute superstar. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
Love it. Love it. Oh. Family fame. The only other thing I was going to say about the heavy fleece would just be on the collar.
Yes,
might you use a different fabric on the back?
I would. Yes, I would probably, because it will move.
Yeah.
So you will have to be careful of that, and your facings down the front as well.
Yeah.
So you will have to be, and yes, you will have to be careful with that, just in case.
We're thinking maybe not heavy, very heavy.
It's difficult to say exactly, isn't it? Because I don't know without actually touching it and feeling it. But you'd have to be careful. Yeah. I would just say you'd have to be careful in certain areas of this.
Gotcha. Another question. Hi both. Could a beginner make this? I love it, but I'm a bit unsure. That's from Nikki in Hampshire.
I would never put anybody off from having a go at anything, really. I mean, I think the only thing for a beginner is when you're dealing with a collar and then facings and you're putting in a sleeve, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it. I would say, obviously, read the instructions really well. Watch Jane's demo. Watch this one, and take it step by step, and don't rush it.
Slow and steady.
Yeah. I mean, if you get the pattern on Tuesday and you want it by Thursday, I would say don't do it.
Yeah.
Leave it for another time. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to discourage anybody from having a go. And Jane's patterns are so easy to follow. And everything you need is
Absolutely.
on the pattern or in the information booklet.
It depends on you, doesn't it, as an individual? I've met beginners who could have had a go at any pattern, given the right amount of time and, access to a few sort of skill builders along the way, But I would say keep a watch out on the 11 o'clock show, because we've got 2 skirt patterns which are absolutely perfect for beginners. If you've never done dressmaking before, they might be a great place to start. But why not get yourself the Rye jacket pattern as well for later? when you feel ready. But I agree with you, I wouldn't ever put anybody off.
No.
If you're prepared to put a little bit of extra time in, do a bit of homework, watch some videos, practice, you know. I mean, I'm a big fan of the toile.
Oh, absolutely. I don't tend to do anything without doing a toile first.
Yeah.
It's,
or at the very least, sort of making bits up in
Yeah.
another fabric just to understand the process.
Yeah, that is a very good idea. If you know, some inexpensive fabric that you're, you know, you're okay to cut it up in that and try it and see how you go.
Absolutely, absolutely right. Yeah, I like that.
Right.
Do you have another question?
I'm going to get these shoulder seams done, and because I want to move on. Obviously, I would press what I've just done, but I want to show the collar if I can. So I'm just going to get these shoulder seams.
Sally has asked, hi, can you make the jacket without the pockets? Thanks, Sally.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not integral to the design, are they?
No, you don't have to put those in at all
Or
if you don't want to.
Nope.
No.
Yep, so no pockets. Sally, have you got nothing you need to put in your pocket? But then some people don't want the bulk, do they?
No.
It's like here
Yeah.
or, you know, or anywhere, in fact, you know, if you want just a clean line. Or I suppose if you're using something like, if you use like a large scale print and you didn't want pockets disrupting.
Yes, absolutely.
flow.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, there's, you know, there's no need to put them on if you don't feel that you would use them or you want them.
Cool. So I can't contemplate no pockets. I've always got stuff in my pockets.
Oh, I know. Terrible,
but then Sally
really.
might have made one of the bags from my new book bags to life. Not need pockets. Who needs a pocket when you've got a bag?
I know, but my bag's full as well as my pockets.
Oh God, I know that feeling. Dear, oh dear. I was walking around yesterday thinking, why is my shoulder so achy? It's like, you see how much gear you've got in this bag?
I know.
Gear. Lots of stuff in there. Lots of stuff. Do we have another question? Not yet. No. Oh, we've got through all the questions.
Oh,
Marvellous. Got about 10 minutes.
okay. Right, let me very quickly press these and then we'll...
I do
If
love
I don't
boiled
have a-
wool as a
Sorry.
fabric for dressmaking. I love boiled wool.
Yes, no, it's good, isn't it? It
Really
is
good. I made myself a waistcoat actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which I wore for the Christmas special for Sewing Bee Christmas
Oh, now who was that with?
special. Who was it with?
Who was presenting it then?
So that was Patrick and May.
Yes.
Patrick and May were the judge. Well, they weren't judges for that. They were just, you know, we were all co-presenters.
Yes.
We were classed as co-presenters, which was nice. We didn't have Claudia
Oh, I love
with
Claudia.
us. Yeah, she was great. I love Claudia. She was brilliant
yeah.
to work with. But no, it was May and Patrick, and then there was me, Anne, Sandra, Lauren, Sandra, and me. Yeah, 4 of us, yeah, that was it. And we did sort of Christmas gifts and decorations for the tree and all sorts of different things. It was lovely. There was no clothes, which I was so happy about.
I honestly don't know how you did it. I honestly, every time I watch it, I think, I don't know how
To make you feel a bit sick.
you do it. Well, it's just, there's no time, is there?
No.
I take my hat off to all of you that have done that show. It's
Well, it inspires a lot of people to dressmake, but as I always say, just remember at home when you're dressmaking, you can take as long as you like. You can stare at your fabric for 4 hours deciding how you're going to cut your pieces out there. You can, can't you?
Yes.
You know, you can walk away, you can come back.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to. I still have to do that sometimes. If I'm doing something and I think, all right, that's not quite going the way that I want it to go,
Yeah.
I'll if I can, I'll leave that bit, go and do something else, and then go back with fresh eyes. And I think, yeah, right, okay. that's fine.
Absolutely, absolutely. Or if there's a skill that you're not proficient in or you've never even heard of. I mean, I remember, Rebecca, on the very first challenge that we had to do,
Yeah.
there was a bit that said you had to understitch
Oh, yes.
around the top of the skirt.
Yes.
And I didn't know what understitching was.
Well, no.
Because I'm not a dressmaker.
Yeah.
Or I'd never done dressmaking before that. So it said understitch, and I only knew top stitching, and because of where it was on the garment as well.
Yes.
Now, of course...
I'm about to do that in a minute.
Ah, perfect. Great segue. It's like we practiced.
Such a professional.
But of course, once you know what it is, there's nothing complicated, difficult. But if you say, well, you know, if a pattern says understitch this part, is that suitable for a beginner? Well, if there's no explanation given, then probably not.
No.
But as soon as you know what it is,
Yes.
it's easy.
Absolutely. But it's, yeah, but you just need to know where it's up. So what I've done here, just very quickly, I've gone round. So one side of your collar is interfaced. And all I'm doing is I'm just cutting down the one side that's got the interfacing on. So I'm not cutting down both seam allowances. I'm just cutting down the bit that's got the interfacing on halfway.
So that's the interfacing and the wool?
Yes, just to relieve the bulk.
Paul has asked a
that to
nice
sit.
question. I like this. Hi, great demo. Yeah, loving your demos
Oh,
today.
thank you.
If I used a heavy thread or maybe a metallic thread for top stitching.
Yes, lovely.
Love it. What type of thread would I put in the bobbin, especially not sure with metallic?
I've not worked with metallic thread actually. So err on the side of caution maybe, and put in just a normal weight thread.
Just regular sewing
thread. Yeah, just regular sewing thread. Well, I think the thing to do there is try it on a spare piece of fabric, give it a go. If you don't like, or your machine is really not happy with it, I think the thing is now, the metallic threads that you can get now, I think they're much better than they used to be, aren't they? Easier to work with. So I think, you know, give it a go and see. If you don't like it, then change it just for a cotton thread.
Yeah.
And
practice on scraps.
Yeah, definitely.
I quite like using, you know, something like a bobbin fill thread, or you can get bobbin thread to use with embroidery threads, can't you? It's kind of like super lightweight, but it's very, very strong.
Yeah, so you could
quite like using that.
Yeah, so you could use something like that.
On this collar, we've got wool on both sides and one side's interfaced. If we wanted to, I'm just thinking how pretty it would look if you had something like a ditzy floral, like a Liberty print on the under.
Yeah.
Could you do that?
Yeah, of course.
And would you just interface that side?
Yes. Yeah, make sure you've got that. Yeah, because the wool is, you know, it's got a structure to it anyway. So yeah, I mean that would be lovely, and down your facing as well, down the front. Yeah, that would be quite nice as well to have
just a little pop of pretty colour.
Yeah,
Are
definitely.
You going to unstitch?
Yes, I'm going to unstitch. Whoa. So obviously with anything that's got a point, you're never going to get to the end because you just can't fit it under the machine. So you know, don't worry too much. Just go as far as you can go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the seam allowance over onto the side of the collar that has the interfacing on. So I want all of that bulk over that side because that's going to be the under collar. So I'm just going to push all that over and then stitch it down from the top, but keep pushing that over. Then I'll just go as far as the machine will let me, and it'll be enough because it'll still, you know, keep the collar in, give you the shape. It'll still work.
And it controls that bulk, doesn't it?
Yes.
You can't actually see the stitching from the front.
And especially for your collar, what it should do is stop it from rolling.
Right.
That's the idea of the understitch. It stops everything from rolling, because sometimes you can look at things and you can see the underneath. is poking through like that, you know, and it just keeps everthing
It's
nice
often
and
the way
neat.
with lined things, isn't it? You
Yeah.
see the lining popping.
Yes.
How cool.
Yeah.
Oh, here's an interesting one from Christine. Morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard.
Aww.
Thank you, Christine. And Rebecca. I'm only reading it out. I was given some fabric, quite a lot, and I think it's boiled wool, but how can I be sure? I know doing the match test shows different ash to find out if fabric is cotton or polycotton, but will this work? Well, I'm intrigued by the match test first of all.
Oh, you don't do that at college. So you do a
I did
match.
human psychology at college.
So you do a match test because it melts. It's man-made, and obviously if it doesn't, then it's it's like pure
Natural,
cotton or whatever. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, I'd be really careful though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just be very careful
boiled
if you're
wool.
gonna.
Do you know if it was wool or not? I suppose if you use like a little tiny piece and
Just a little tiny piece to
yeah, if you get melting, then it's obviously
there's something else
plastics
in
there,
there.
polyester or whatever.
Yeah. But just run it along the edge. That's what we used to do. You just run it along the.
I suppose in some ways it depends
and
why you need to know.
Yeah.
If it's lovely fabric and it's a great colour and and you're going to make something that you're not going to wash or you're only going to have dry cleaned, why not give it a go? You were given it as well. I think why not?
and just because you're using boiled wool here doesn't mean you can't just use normal wool, doesn't it?
Quite absolutely. Non-boiled wool,
Yeah.
Message from Angela. Hi there, lovely demo. Could the jacket be made collarless?
I would say not, probably. No, I don't think so because of the way it sits.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have that top button done up, which a lot of us don't.
No. Just turning up that collar, isn't that? I think the collar's lovely. It's one of my favourite bits.
So no, I would say not.
No. Although I'm wondering if, like the sort of this kind of collar,
yes.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you could do that. So it's a stand-up. Yeah. You could do that.
Just that would be, can I just turn that? That would look rather nice. Like if you don't like all that sort of round your neck, you know what I mean? Oh, you're very inspiring to be around, Rebecca.
You could just, cut down half of that collar pattern.
Yeah.
And but I think it needs something. I don't think you can have nothing there. I would say.
We're very quickly coming towards the end of the hour. It's not enough time.
No, it's not enough time.
I need a 2-hour show with this fabulous...
what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop doing this because I just want to talk through that facing as well. So obviously you would go all the way round there and understitch that. So you can see already. So that's
amazing.
what and that. So it stops it from doing this, which is trying to roll back onto itself. So it just keeps that nice and neat and keeps it in place. So obviously you would attach your collar to your jacket. So I'm just going to pin half of it round.
And that's where those marks come into their own.
That's the mark. So you've got your on your collar. You've got your mark for the centre, which lines up with your centre back seam, and then you've got your marks for your shoulder seam, and it all just fits beautifully. And then you've got a mark at the front there where your collar will end.
Angela likes the option of the stand-up collar.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Yeah, it's a very good idea. So then you have your facing, which is also interfaced. Now, I just because of my probably my background really and my eye, I've overlocked round that piece. I've done it on that side as well, just the bit. But you don't have to. You don't have to do that. you know, leave it as it is, or bind it, or whatever you want to do.
Interfacing as well.
Yeah. But it's just as it's opening. I just thought, you know, that's quite a nice.
Would you zigzag if you hadn't got an overlocker?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm just going to line up. So you obviously you'd sew your collar on, and then you're going to put your facing on. So match up your centre back. Help if I put it on the centre back, wouldn't it, and not the shoulder seam. I was thinking then, why is that seam there? Oh,
so
dear.
That's one of those sewing bee moments where you wouldn't notice it. You just sew it on and then
and then go.
Oh, it'll do.
Yes, but that's because you've got 30 seconds in which to make it.
It really is those moments where people say, well, why did you do it like that? It's like, honestly, when you're in the moment, you don't even know what length the zip is.
You haven't got time either, have you?
No.
You can see that on there when they're running around going, you know, you've got 20 minutes.
No, we've got about 20 seconds. So.
Right, okay. So we're down, obviously, all the way down the front, and then you, again, trim your side that's got your interfacing on. Turn that through. And obviously you'll have a lovely point there.
Yep.
And then again, you're going to understitch that as far as you can go. You're not going to be able to get up to there.
But that's okay.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And then very quickly, your sleeve. So I like to hem my sleeves before I put them in, because I just think it's easier than having the whole jacket as you're trying to go round.
Yes.
So again, I've turned up the 4 centimetres. I haven't turned it under. I've just done it the 4 centimetres and stitched it up. And again, you can just, you know, do that by hand. And they go in so beautifully. Just, you know, get your notches in. Make sure you've marked your notches, and then the sleeve will just go in beautifully. It's not a problem.
Fab. Love it. Rebecca, I've had such a brilliant hour, and you've covered so much ground.
Oh, I hope so. I hope
You're
I've been
tour
able
de force.
to.
You've done yourself proud, you've done Susan proud, you've done Roger proud, you've done Sewing Street proud. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really excited to see you in an hour with those 2 fabulous skirt patterns. I know you're going to love that. Stick around, because we've got another hour with Amber Mates coming up. It is all go today. Brand new bags. We'll see you after the break.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's great having your company today on National Sardine Day and also World Unique Talent Day as well. What's your unique talent? Does it have anything to do with sardines? No, don't go there. I really don't want to know. We have got the most fantastic hour coming up now with Amber Makes and Rebecca Reid. We've got 3 brand new and exclusive tote bag panel, and this is a fantastic concept actually, because it's called Totally Tote, because you get everything on your panel: lining, straps, a purse, everything you need to make the tote bag. We're going to have to start with winter because almost half the stock's already gone before we even got to the show. This one's going to sell out. They're exclusive to us here at Sewing Street, and normally that gives us plenty of confidence that we're going to have enough stock for everyone that but this is not going to happen today. Let me just show you the bag because it is completely adorable. You can only see one side on the website, but check this out. Let's turn night into day. I just love that. It's just fab. It's the sort of quintessential Christmas village, isn't it? Little church, all the lights glowing in the houses, beautiful sort of sparkly snow everywhere. And then you've got that wintry sort of nighttime scene. Maybe it's Christmas Eve. I love this effect at the bottom. It's almost like a slubby linen print. It's on cotton, of course, but it looks like a kind of slubby linen. Now, this is a separate piece that you sew together, which creates a lovely base to your bag, but it's all included. All right, so you've got the front and back. You've got these lovely handles as well. You don't need interfacing. There's enough weight in the fabric. And then look inside. I'm going to turn the bag through, actually, just so that you can see the lining fully. You could reverse it. Yeah, you absolutely could, because the inside is every bit as beautiful as the outside. So inside the bag, so you're getting all of your lining fabric as well. It's not just plain. It's got this gorgeous winter scene, the village scene on it. Okay, both sides. And then you've also got a pocket, okay, that goes in here. Now, this is one option, which is just to have an open letterbox, and full instructions are included. But check this out. Look, inside, I don't know if you can see that, but it says, this is for secret things. What secret things, Rebecca Reid? That's what I want to know.
Sweets.
Sweets. We are so on the same page. It's unreal.
Now on that one, it doesn't show up as well the word secret thing, so we've changed it on the real panel because when we make our kits, we print them and test and stuff. And when I made that, I went, oh, actually, it doesn't show up. So when you see, if you show in the panel, the words, we've made them a bit darker.
Bit darker. We'll have a look at that in a second. So that's your tote bag. That's your Totally Tote winter bag. But you're also getting on the same panel, look, you're also getting everything. Look at this. To make your little purse. And again, look, it's double-sided. You've got that base as well. All you will need to add for this actually is the zip. And you want about a 6-inch zip, don't you?
Yeah,
for that?
15 centimetres.
Yeah, 15 centimetre. And look, it's fully lined, all included. And again, you don't have to interface this. There's nothing else to add. This is totally tote.
Totally tote.
Totally tote. And of course, look, instructions as well. You're getting full instructions to make your bag. So you're not left in the dark. Every step there spelled out. All right. Now then, let's have a look at the panel itself because it's huge. Half the stock's gone now. I told you it's going to be a sellout, no doubt about it. It is gorgeous. Love the concept. Love the colours too. I'm all about blue at the moment.
It's a massive panel.
It is a massive panel. It is a massive panel. Oh, look, Christmas shopping, Christmas market. Do you love a German Christmas market?
Yeah, I do. We have a lovely one in Bath.
Do you have a Glühwein?
Of always. And a bratwurst.
Do they do the mushrooms in the creamy sauce?
Yes, yeah, love Christmas markets.
Oh, I went to an Oktoberfest recently and I've got my own Stein now.
Have you?
Yes, it holds 2 pints.
Oh, wow.
I know.
That's what you need.
I know. Gorgeous. But look at this. You're getting everything. Night and day there. The night and day panel, you're getting all the linings, you're getting the handles, you're getting the purse.
And labels.
Labels, of course.
So you can label your bag. If it's a gift or something, or it belongs to someone. Or...
I think it's great to label your work. And also, look here, you can see what Rebecca was talking about there. Can you see the secret things is a bit darker?
Well, it's not until you have it printed and you see it, you work it out. So we changed that one because it didn't show up.
So that's a big old pocket, actually.
But the pocket is completely optional because I know a lot of people don't want to be bothered with the pocket and want to do it. So I've written it in a way that if you don't want to put the pocket, just skip this bit.
Yeah.
Your pocket can have a zip or not.
Or not.
Depending on whether you want to put in a zip, because not everyone likes to put in a zip. That's up to you.
Yeah, but we were both agreeing, weren't we, earlier on? You know, zips are nothing to be afraid of. And actually, once you've made, if you make the letterbox option that I showed you on that winter bag that's just open without the zip, actually having the zip, you literally put it behind the window.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's for some people it's a bit like,
I know.
Can't,
I feel it.
You know.
Yeah, I've been there myself. That's the winter option, $19.99. It is absolutely stunning, so beautiful. It's our most popular option at the moment. You don't need to buy any coordinating fabric, remember. This is totally tote. You've got everything on the panel that you need. Now, the next one is the robin.
You want the robin?
Could I?
Yes.
Could I?
I don't know.
I'd like to show you the... Thank you. Very close second, this. Now, this is double-sided, but it's the same image on both sides. It's got this wonderful sort of duck egg blue teal, again, slubby linen look to the print.
Well, I think the robin might be asleep at night. Do robins sleep at night, probably?
I would have thought they sleep, yeah.
It's probably asleep at night.
Love the lining. Look at this. Look at the... Robins are very aggressive, aren't they? They're very territorial.
Are they?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll chase all the other birds out of a garden.
Oh, I think they're nice fluffy little things.
I know. Well, they're really cute. They're beautiful to look at, aren't they? But they will, if they can, they'll.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's because they can. It's because they're so lovely. Aren't they?
They're important workers, aren't they? At this time of year, all those Christmas cards they've got to deliver. I've had the Christmas card with the robin in its beak. No, the robin with the Christmas card in its beak. You know what I meant. There's the little purse. Isn't that gorgeous? Love this. Picking out this kind of gorgeous pinky red in the zip. Absolutely splendid. So this is the robin version, which is very, very closely behind the winter option. I'll show you the panel again, just so you can see the incredible value. Now, I was really confused when I came in this morning, I shall be honest with you, because I'm used to a panel of this size costing $19.99 and then a set of instructions like this costing $9.99. So to me, this should be $29.99, but it's not.
No, but it's. I want it to be affordable so everyone can make a tote bag.
Yeah.
Because it's.
I'm with you.
Because it's a thing of beauty.
I'm with you.
A thing of beauty.
Now, we've had a message asking, can we buy the panel on its own? You can't, but what I would say is the value of the panel is $19.99. So whether you're getting the fact that you're getting instructions with it, superb, wonderful, but...
you won't know how to make it.
No, you wouldn't.
You need the instructions.
You need the instructions to be able to make it. I suppose perhaps if you wanted to make multiples.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, don't think that you're paying extra for the pattern because, like I say, we charge $19.99 for a panel of this size.
But if you used your own lining, you could make 2 bags.
Yes, you could.
So you could use the lining as the outer of another bag.
You
so if you used a plain cotton, you could make 2 bags.
A twofer.
Well, what you could do is have the robin on the front and the lining on the back.
Yes.
And the robin, so you could make 2.
You really could.
Because it would all work. But if you wanted to and used your own lining, you could make 2 bags.
Yeah, and I'm totally with producer Kat actually, because I was looking at the robin section here at the top and also the linen and thinking how beautiful would that be made up as a cushion. Let me just turn this around. I'll show you properly. So I was just thinking, you know, like if this was sewn to this, you know, kind of that would be such a lovely cushion.
Yeah, so
nice
if you wanted to, you know, but if you used your own lining, I mean, I've done it so everything is there.
Oh yeah.
But I know a lot of people when they use these panels, they think, well, I'm not going to waste that in the lining. I'm going to use another lining, and then you've got 2 bags.
Of course you have. And also, look, you've got these little extra images here. I'm thinking little.
Well, with our panels, we try and fill all the spaces. So those are the cutout sections.
You really do.
And those are just free extras. And if you look at the rest of the panel, there's labels and little robins. And
yeah, look here. This bag belongs to.
And then there's just a spare robin.
How would we put name on?
Well, you could either draw it with a permanent marker
Yeah.
or embroider it on.
Great.
One or the other.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to have your name on it, or if you've made it for somebody, it's just.
This is lovely. I love it. The colour's really appealing. That duck egg, beautiful. So that's our second panel. We've got one more panel. Now, I think this third panel is really my colours. Absolutely delicious.
It goes with your shirt, this one. Do you want that one?
It does. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, your shirt's very autumn, isn't it?
It is very autumny, and this is called autumn, but I think this is beautiful for any time of year. So this is one which is going to work 12 months of the year, and this is the autumn version. How beautiful is that? Features a really gorgeous kind of, it's almost like oil painting, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Now, of course, if we wanted to, we could put something like Styleville, or we could put a heavier weight interfacing
Yeah, if you want
inside.
to make it more structured, because it's got the box bottom. If you put a Styleville or something, it would make, because it's got, I think it's like a 4-inch bottom. So if you put a foam interfacing, it would make it very structured.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that as an option. What's lovely about them as they are, is I'm super keen on bags. I don't want to do it with this because you've ironed it, but I'll describe the process. But you know that sort of folding in the sides.
Yeah.
And then rolling the whole thing so that then you can put inside your handbag or your pocket or something like that, rucksack. And then when you're at the shops and you decide you need to get an extra bit of shopping, you've got that
it's
extra
just
bag.
there, isn't it?
And that's what's good about not having any interfacing or anything else inside it. But you could use H640.
Yeah, that's true. And then you could do a bit of quilting on it, couldn't you? Make it your own.
Yeah, options various. But that one I've got to say is my favourite. Actually, this is my favourite because this is the one that I think would be year round. The colours are lovely and kind of soft and rich. I love, love, love the slubby linen effect print on the bottom. I think it adds a real touch of class. I love the fact that it's not printed together. I love the fact that you can...
Well, it adds extra structure, doesn't it? So the lining is all printed as one piece, but with the outer, I've sewn it as a separate piece because it gives it more structure and it adds more feature to it. You can tell it's not joined together.
Yes, you can.
But it does give more structure to the bag.
Lovely bit of top stitching too.
I know, I did concentrate.
Oh, I know, it's the woman like, don't talk to me.
I know, it's like, don't talk to me, I've used a contrasting thread. Should have a sign.
And of course they all come with the matching purse, which you just think is lovely. Absolutely lovely. It's such a great extra.
With a box bottom.
And there is a zip. Yeah, it's not difficult to do. You've got a little boxed bottom as well. Just splendid. And I just wanted to quickly show you as well, because I showed you the inside, the lining of the first bag, the winter bag, which had got that letterbox pocket but no zip. And I just wanted to show you the same thing, but on the Robin bag, it's got a zip in place. Now, just have a look here. See, now I think that's absolutely super. And if I just undo that, it still says, look, secret things. It's right in there. But you've got a lovely big pocket in there, but you've just got that added security of having a zip. And it really isn't difficult to put in at all, is it?
No, not at all, but it is optional. I didn't want anyone to be put off by thinking,
no, you don't have to put in a pocket in at all, do you?
No, you can use that for something else.
Yeah. On your lining, there's no marking, there's no dotted line that would spoil it otherwise.
You draw your own on if you want to.
Well, I'm loving the 3 options that we've got. We're heading towards sellouts on some of them, so which we knew would happen. We didn't know it would happen quite this early. Where do we start?
Right, so to start off with, once you've got your panel and you open up the whole thing, in fact, I've got one here, so I'll open up my panel and show you. Everything is labelled. When you have a look at it, it says bag outer front, bag outer back, case line. Oh, hang on, getting my zips caught up. Case lining. Everything is labelled. Even with the case, there are zip tabs because I find that's the neatest way to put in a zip on a zip case. So when you cut it all out, make sure you cut out the label and pin it to it, just so that you know what's what, so you don't forget. That's the thing you do at the beginning. If you decide that you want to label your bag, if you're going to put on, there's the spaces in here you could write a greeting or love to or somebody, cut those out and sew them onto wherever you want them. So maybe you want them inside the lining of the bag, for example. Do that before you do any construction because it's a lot easier to put labels on before that. So just have a little think about that. But it would look quite nice to put that on the inside of the lining or even in the base of the bag or, a little secret place or wherever you want. But do that first. So cut everything out. You can use scissors or everything's in lines. I tend to use a rotary cutter. One other thing, just in case you get confused, the boxed corners, rather than you having to work it out, this is all measured and ready for you. Cut around the edge of those. These little icon bits here, these are just extras. They're not part of the design. So it does say this in the instructions, so I didn't want anyone to get confused. We've just added those in because we like to fill all the spaces. So just make sure you cut around the edges. But we've done it that way, so it's all measured for you. Just makes it a bit easier. So make sure you label everything before you start. Then, right, I have got this in order, except for that.
You're using the autumn,
I'm using the autumn. So what you do to start with, and I've done these in advance because they might be a bit boring to watch. You take the bag, you see all mine are labelled, there's the bag outer front, and then there'll be the bag base. You sew the front and the base right sides together. Make sure you get the top of the base and the bottom of the front, otherwise you'll have the cut-out corners in the wrong place. Then if you want to, top stitch along either side. You don't have to do that. I just did it because it adds a nice little detail, but if you don't like top stitching, then don't worry about that. But that's the first thing you do, and the front and the back are made in exactly the same way. Then
Seams pressed open one way?
Well, I pressed them open
Yep.
because it just helped with the top stitching, really.
Yeah. And
Made
do you
it
need
nice
to
and flat.
interface the bag
No,
all
didn't
up?
interface at all. But I mean, if you want to interface, then do that before you sew them together. You could interface the whole thing, but actually, if I was going to interface, I'd probably interface the pieces separately.
Gotcha.
And then sew them together. Or if you want to add a foam or a wadding, if you decide you wanted to quilt it, I would do that now, join it all together, and then you can quilt it. So what you could do is, if you put some wadding behind here, you could quilt around the edges of the flowers or some extra detail if you want your bag to have more structure.
That's lovely, yeah. Question from Valerie, loving the bags, could you add H640 to the bag to make it firmer? If so, how much would you need? Many thanks.
Well, I need to get a tape measure. Oh, no, there we go.
Half a metre.
Reckon half a metre. I can't actually remember how big
It's always
these are.
half a metre.
Yeah.
It's always half a metre.
41 by, half a metre.
Half a metre.
Because they're 40 centimetres, well, 41 that way and 42, yes, so half a metre will be absolutely fine. But I would do that now.
Absolutely.
At this
yeah.
stage.
Details on screen actually for that Fleece Celine H640. It's a bit of a hero product here at Sewing Street. We all love it. I use this in bags ever such a lot now. $9.99. You're getting a metre piece there, so
yeah, that's more than enough. So if you wanted to quilt it, you might then have to add some backing fabric behind that, because I wouldn't add it because the lining is done as a separate piece, so you wouldn't quilt it with the lining in it.
No, to be honest with you, like things like cushion fronts or bags, I just put the batting on and quilt it.
Yeah, it depends what you're using. If you're using something like the H640, it's fine, isn't it? It will just quilt nicely.
Yeah, you could put calico over the back if you really wanted, but I don't think it's necessary.
It's sometimes some of the polyester waddings are a bit.
They can catch.
Is it beardy? They beard, don't they?
Yeah.
I love that term.
Yes. Yeah, where they come through
all the
stuff.
Fabric. And but other than that, I would just quilt it at that stage. Then what you do is
It'd be nice to trapunto the vase of flowers.
Yes. Oh, you could, couldn't you?
Add an extra layer of batting just underneath.
I mean, you
the
could
vase of
embroider it as
flowers.
well. You know, you can embroider some on top of it should you want to.
French knots.
Now all we're going to do is sew the front to the back. So the most important thing about this is matching these seams, because you want the bag to run in a nice seam all the way round. So match your seams first before you pin the rest of it. So to do that, put them together where you think they look, right? And then put a pin about 1 inch down. And then make sure it's going through, that's not going right through, make sure it's going through the seam on the other side. Then
Because that's a bit you really want to match.
you really want to match it. So this will take another few minutes, but worth it. Then about 1/4 inch from the top, put another pin through there and then put it through the other side, you see. Then you know that they match. And obviously you can't sew with it like that. So then put another pin there, 1/4 inch in, and then another pin there. You can then take out those, and this means that when you sew it, you can take out that pin as you sew, but that one can stay.
Oh, that's a great tip.
And it keeps it a bit firmer.
Just want to let you know, folks at home, the winter panel is seriously limited stock, 20 left. We're going to see if it's possible to get any more, but that has flown. It's a great bag on the run up to Christmas, isn't it?
Well, yes, we were going to do a Christmas one, and then we thought, well, actually, no, because then you wouldn't be able to use it after Christmas. So we made it winter.
Yes.
So we could have put Christmas decorations in the village, and then when Amy and I talked, I thought, actually, let's do
winter.
Yeah, no, I think actually when I spoke to Amy first, I said, let's do Christmas, and then she came back and said, no, we'll do winter, because it means you can use it then beyond, can't you?
More time, absolutely. All I want for Christmas is a totally tote. You can have that as your jingle. They'd make lovely gifts, wouldn't they? Made up.
Well, it'd be a nice Christmas present for somebody. If you're going to give them something, you could even give them the present in this bag, couldn't you? Or just the bag.
Yeah. Oh, I'd give the bag. Yeah. I'd absolutely give the bag. Well, you could give the panel and the instructions as a gift.
Yes.
Lovely gift for anybody who's into sew. If somebody's never made a bag before, would this be a good
Well,
bag
it would
to
actually.
start?
Yeah, I know my daughter's boyfriend wanted to buy something for his mum, who'd done a little bit of sewing, but not very much. No, he just got on a machine. And this is the sort of thing I'd said to him, this is what you need to give her, because it's all ready for you because it's all cut it out and sew it together. It's very simple. There's nothing complicated in here. And because the zip is optional, if you don't want to do that at this stage, then you don't have to. So it would be really good if you're thinking about, well, I've got a sewing machine, I've done a little bit, what can I make?
Yeah.
This is an easy start. So you see what I've just taken a bit of time to match those seams.
You've got to put the time in, haven't you?
It's worth it. And I know a lot of people say, oh, I don't pin. I'm a bit of an over-pinner, I think. I pin a lot.
Well, no, I'm with you because you know what, I think things take they take the time they take, and you can rush ahead and then spend the time unpicking and then re-sewing it if you want.
Well, yes, that's
or
true.
Or you can spend the same amount of time, or possibly less, pinning it, sewing it carefully, and just doing it the once.
Well, it means that these will match if you do that. Now, when you sew it, you need to sew down the sides, across the bottom of the sides, but not round these bits. Do not sew round those. It does say that in the instructions, but don't sew round those or you will have a very odd shaped bag. I remember doing that once, and it comes out the funniest shape.
Yes.
By accident.
Yes. Well, actually, I've never told this story before, but when I was applying for the sewing bee, one of the auditions was a sewing exam.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and
how awful.
Well, it's all right. It was quite fun because it was like a zip top lined makeup bag.
Right. Okay.
That had boxed corners, and one of the people who was auditioning did exactly that.
Right. And sewed
around all the way around the bottom of the bag. And turned it through and finished it like that.
I don't know why. I think I must have just done it by accident, but it comes out the oddest shape, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that is funny.
Yeah.
I presume they didn't pass.
No, they didn't.
Gosh, it was nerve-wracking. I bet your legs were shaking.
But it's the kind of mistake that experienced sewers make when they're put under pressure.
Well, yes.
No doubt that person knew exactly what they were doing.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, you think. Well, the times that I've done things, think, why have I just done that?
Yeah, because you were rushing.
And not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Well, it is the pressure, isn't it?
It is. And also, you can be distracted by the whole being there.
Well,
as well.
Yeah,
kind
definitely.
Of bright lights. There was a camera crew as well and stuff like that. I mean, actually, when you're filming the series, it's a bit like here. You get used to everyone being around you. You get used to the cameras, the lights,
But to start with, on that part, then you wouldn't be. I mean, and there's no way you would have even applied to go on that show if you had some sewing experience. So it must have just been,
that's right.
Must be.
But I mean, you soon get used to ignoring the director. I mean, like we do here.
Yeah, like we do.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. No.
I'm kidding, Elliot.
No, I know. And he goes, left a bit, I can't see what you're doing.
It was
I
just a joke.
I'm not listening.
Honestly. No, but I mean, there you have people crawling around on the floor with cameras, taking film of you sewing pedal.
Oh, gosh. And at least you get to sit down to sew.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, I'm becoming a lot more expert at standing up sewing. I don't really find it a problem anymore.
Yeah, I like standing up sewing.
Right.
So 2 side seams, 1 across the base,
leave
the corners open.
So that's the boring bit done. But I just wanted to show you about matching the seams. So that's the outside of the bag done.
Mm-hmm.
What I always say is keep those labels on until you've finished sewing that bit. Oh, I was going to say, gosh, that didn't work very well, but I've left that pin in. Shall I have a look myself first? That's all right.
Yeah.
That's really good. First. Yes. So look. So that matches now.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! And you can see like the print goes all the way around, so that when your bag is done, then it goes all the way around.
Well, that's the dream, isn't it?
So now it's got holes. We're going to leave that for now.
Are we?
We're going to leave that. I'll do the box corners because I want to see if I've got enough time.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that for now because I'm going to talk about linings.
Yeah.
And pockets. So when you get your bag lining, now the lining is made in the same way as the outer, but obviously you haven't got the extra section, so the box corners are already in place for you, but because you haven't got that extra section. But it is the same size now as the joined front, obviously. So if you decided you wanted to make 2 bags, then you could use this as the outer, should you want to.
You really could. And that is a beautiful bit of fabric.
Yeah, I've got a pocket.
That's so
I've got a pocket on top of it. So that's Yeah, I mean, you could use that. Couldn't you? And use
Could I
your own
have
lining.
a shirt made in that, please?
Yes, it would look lovely on you. I think it's your
Wouldn't
colours.
that look nice?
Yeah, it's your sort of colouring, isn't it?
Well, I'm asking.
No, I think it's lovely. I'll have a word with Amy. Could you print, Stuart, a whole shirt, please?
Print a shirt panel?
Yeah, just a cutout.
Yeah. Question from Linda. Lovely. Would the tote go into the purse to fit into your bag? Oh, yeah.
Well, I
see
don't
what you
know.
mean. Can I try it?
You can have a go. I've no idea. I didn't design it with that in mind, so who knows?
Well,
I never even thought about that.
okay. Let me have a look and see. You keep sewing, Bex.
He's
and
going to have a go at that. So the next thing you need to do is pin your pocket piece onto your lining. All the measurements are in the instructions. Now, if you want, you can choose which way. If you want the word secret things to be the way that I've done it, so when you look into the bag, they're facing you, those words, then you need to use the printed piece. This is the printed piece to pin that to do your pocket. If you want the words to go the other way, use the other piece. In the instructions, it says to use the purse front, but it's up to you whether you use the pocket front or the pocket back. But the piece that you cut the pocket hole out of will be the piece that's touching the lining, if that makes sense. When you get yours, you'll see what I mean. So what you do is you measure down from the top, you pin it on, and then you draw the box. Now, the instructions and the measurements are all in there. I've drawn it with a heat erasable pen, but you'll be sewing along these lines and cutting. So if you draw it in pencil, it doesn't really matter, but these are really important. So you've got, if you're scared of making pockets, oh look, you've done it. Oh, wow.
check that out.
I should have watched, because I did not.
Check
I
it out.
did not design it with that in mind.
Look at that. Well, I bet you put it on the next panel.
Flipping will.
Won't you?
That's a miracle.
Check that out.
Wow.
Check out your
Oh, I might get one now.
Look at
Oh, no,
that.
I've already made one.
Yeah. Look, and then...
How did you do it?
Well, I'll show you. It's just kind of folded it. So what I did was kind of into thirds, first of all, and then handles down, and then just...
And it fitted.
Like so, like into that, and then that just goes...
In there?
Into there. That's just, you have to kind of just ease it in a little bit. There we go, straight in. And that's it. It's in.
That's brilliant.
Rebecca, I think you're hiding your genius under
well, I know,
a bushel or something.
yeah, didn't even know that.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Wah! That's with no wadding, no interfacing inside, of course. I think if you started adding anything
you
like
might
that,
struggle a bit.
Yeah, you definitely would. But that's the beauty. So that's superb.
That's a great gift, isn't it? Given to it like that.
Thank you for that genius question.
Yes, thank you. Well, and it worked, and thank goodness it worked.
Hurrah.
So this is basic. I call these post box openings. There might be a special name for these pockets, but I call it. Is there a special name for it?
I call them a letterbox opening.
Yeah.
Same.
So you draw. I've told you exactly where and the length of the lines to draw, but the outer box is the sewing line. Remember that. And then the inner line and those little diagonals are cutting. So as long as you remember the two, the outer is the sewing and the inner is the cutting, but it says all of this in the instructions. So they make sure they're right sides together, central and position where I said that I've given you the measurements down from the top. Now all you need to do now is sew round the outside. You can start wherever you want. I tend to start in the middle of a side, but it doesn't really matter. Now, if you want, you can shorten the stitch length a little bit for this because it needs to be extra strong. This one's quite short already, so I won't, but it needs to be quite strong. Sew nice and slowly for this because if your lines are nice and straight, you'll get a neater pocket. But because you've drawn the lines, it's easy because you're not having to guess. You know, you are sewing on top of drawn lines. And if you haven't got a heat erasable pen, a pencil will be fine because you won't see any of this. So if you've never tried a pocket before, this is a really safe way of doing it because it's just a bag. And then you can use this method on loads of other things once you've worked it out.
It's super useful, that, isn't it? It's a great
Just
opening.
for lots of things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clothes.
Yeah, it's lovely on clothes. And if you've never done it before, I'd practice on scraps.
Yeah, just have a go, because I've given you all the measurements. So if you don't want to cut into your bag just yet, then just get a scrap of fabric and have a go. But the good thing is because the lines are drawn, it's easy. And then just make sure you reverse stitch over that. So I'm going to take all my pins out now. Now do not press it at this stage, because if you've used a heat erasable pen, you'll lose your lines.
Ah, very good.
I was just about to press it, because I always press after I sew, but do not press if you've used a heat erasable
Not this
pen.
time.
I will in a minute. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to cut along this line, stopping at the points of the diagonals, then cut into the diagonals. That just helps it to lie flatter. Now you can use a seam ripper for this if you want, but I'm going to use a pair of scissors. If
you need a pair of really sharp, small...
Oh, well, I'm hoping these are sharp and these are small and sharp. That's what I would use.
Yeah.
That's the
I
sort
was
of
just
thing
going to
I use.
mention our black tag special is the Millwood embroidery scissors. Real sharp, really pointed
Perfect
ends.
for these.
Yeah, great for that. And you're getting 2 pairs for $5.98. Do you want to use these?
Oh, yeah, go on then.
Fluoro.
Ooh, ooh.
Won't lose them.
Oh, they're metal.
Yeah.
Actually, because they were like that, I thought they might be plastic, but they're like dipped.
Yeah.
Oh, they're nice, aren't they? So using an incredibly beautifully sharp pair of scissors, just cut it, fold it in. Now we're cutting through both layers, so it's not like, you know, with some things where one layer only, all the way through.
Yeah.
And then just cut along the line. Oh, these are nice. Oh, these might not come back to your desk.
Well, yeah, I suspect as much. And it's having that sharp to the point, so you can
And
cut
then
right into those corners.
Stop at the diagonal lines, and then snip into the corner. Make sure you don't cut through the stitching. If you do, just stitch over it again. So just snip not right into the corner, as far as you can without cutting through the stitching.
There's the details on screen for our black tag offer. You're getting 2 pairs of Millwood embroidery scissors in neon, 1 yellow, 1 green for $5.98. Remember, that's less than the price of 1 pair of scissors. You're getting 2.
So now what I'm going to do, this is where you think it's not going to work, but it does. Now you can press it. Give it a good press flat first. Now what I do is I press these seams open before I turn it inside out.
Oh, good tip.
Because it just folds better. Because they're very little, open them with your fingers first, because the iron never gets quite in there. I think it's just easy then, because it's quite hard to manipulate it anyway. Then, so when I say press open, obviously you can only press them to one side, but it does help to get the turning right. And then the little pointy bit at the end, press that open as well. There we go. Then post the pocket like a post box through to the other side. And this is where you think this is not going to work because it looks a bit baggy, but it does. So you've just got to ease it now, twiddle it around. These seams now need to lie right on the edge, which you can do by just rolling in it and wiggling it like that.
Yeah, this is the time to use your fingers, not an iron, isn't it? I always tell my students, don't be tempted to get in with an iron too quickly.
Yeah, you won't, because you need to sort of manipulate it.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes if you finger press it, it's easier.
Yeah.
So this just takes, I mean, this is why if you press that open, it's a little bit easier. But what you don't want to be able to see is the pocket from the front. So when you manipulate it a bit, try and get the seam to lie on the edge, or if not, slightly inside. It doesn't matter too much because the print's the same, but if you use this technique and you've got a fabric on your pocket that's really contrasting it, you don't really want to be able to see it. So once you're happy that it looks like it's in the right place, press it and then just give a quick turn over and press it from this side as well. Then you can be sure, because what you don't want are any wrinkles here. It will go, and I know the first time you do it you'll think that's not going to go, but it will. And just give it a really good press.
We've got a message from Jill across the bottom. Just got the winter bag panel and going to make it into a cushion for my mum who lives in a nursing home.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, that's a super idea. And you could make 2 cushions.
Well, you could, couldn't you? Because you could have
a night and day.
Yeah, because you can use the lining for the back of the cushion.
Yeah, yeah.
Make 4 cushions actually if you use your own.
Yeah, I was just thinking like you could use the winter day for the front of one cushion, the winter night for another cushion.
And then use the lining for the backs of them. Nice
We've
idea.
got 5 left though. So if you fancy doing that, be really quick. We're looking to restock if we can, but...
So if you're now going to put a zip in here, you place the zip beneath. I have got one, but I'm using it for this, so I'm not going to... I'll just show you with this zip, because I've got one. Oh, actually, there's a bit of a zip here. I'll use... Oh, that's handy. Oh, because I wasn't going to show you the zip. So if you're going to put a zip in, put it underneath. Now, what I do is I try and get a zipper that's a bit longer, because I like to have a lot of extra space, not a lot longer. And then there's various ways of doing this. You could tack it in. A lot of people use a fabric glue, because that's a bit easier. The most important thing is that the teeth need to run down the centre. Now, I find it's easier to get them to do that and to see it if you've got the zip slider well out of the way. So you can see that they're in. So if you're going to use a glue, you could stick it in. I tend not to. I tend to use pins for no reason. I would pin it in from the front. I know you're thinking at the moment, but you can't see the slider. You will. But it's important that the teeth are straight. So as far as inserting a zip, so far, this is quite easy, isn't it? This isn't seriously...
It's very straightforward.
That's quite, because... And I tend to have my zip sticking out a bit, and I'll cut it later, because then you don't have to be as accurate with placement. Once you're happy, right, that's all in place, that the teeth are nice and straight, lovely, you can then move the slider. Because obviously once you move the slider, you start opening the zip.
That's it, you just pop it back through the hole.
And then, because then I've only got to pin that last bit in, it just helps, because the zips sort of change shape a bit once you open the slider.
They do.
So all you have to do then is stitch, use a zip foot all the way around the edge. And then afterwards you can trim the zip off a bit closer. So that's if you want to put a zip in. So that's really simple. If you've never put a zip in, that's the best place to start, because that's quite an easy one. If you don't want to put the zip in, if you're not interested in zips, don't really care, then just top stitch round the edge of there all the way round, because that just holds everything flat. So I will do that now.
And if you don't want to pocket at all, don't do any of that.
Yeah, and in the instructions it says when it gets to this stage, if you don't want a pocket, just ignore this section. So I'm going to top stitch this so I can show you how the pocket completes itself.
Yes, because I think creating the bag of the cushion is the aha moment for anyone who's never seen this type of pocket before. At the moment, I'm sure lots of you have never done this before, thinking, what?
How is that going to
a
work?
Pocket? What are you putting it into the inside? There's no... What?
So the top stitching is
really
just
clever.
about 3 millimetres, about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. You can use, most sewing machines on part of the foot will have little bits or markings that you can use, or just do it by eye. That just holds it flat and will give you a neater finish. Now, if I'd kept the zip in, this is how I'd be sewing the zip in as well.
Yeah.
But use a zip foot if you're doing the zip, because obviously the bulk of the teeth are in the way. And then we'll come back.
And that's just the one that comes with the machine, isn't it? It's not special.
Yeah, there's
foot
nothing
that we have to
special. No,
buy.
it's just the one. I mean, nearly all machines come with them. Before you get to the end, using your very sharp scissors, cut the threads off.
I think they're yours now.
Oh yes, they're mine now. I've got a cold as well, so they're probably contaminated.
Keep them.
Before you get to the end, always cut the end off, because I find if you don't do that, that end tends to get caught up with, because I will sew across the end and then you've only got one lot of reverse stitching. If you don't trim it before you get there, sometimes the ends get a bit caught. It's not the end of the world, just a little tip. So that's my top stitching done. So now we've got a lovely pocket with or without a zip. Now you take your other piece of pocket.
This is the bit that's got secret things.
This is the one that says secret things. So what I was saying to you is, if you want this to be looking at you when you look into the bag, make sure you put this as the pocket. I've called it front and back, but it's hard to explain what you think of a front and the back. So just think of it as the bit that you want to look into. If you want it to say secret things, that needs to be the bit you don't cut. Right, now all you have to do is place these two right sides together. And look, they're the same size, which is quite handy.
It's like you designed it.
I know, it's amazing that, isn't it? Wouldn't it have been funny if they weren't? Or if I'd done this wrong. I did it once. This is where we were talking earlier about, and I put a zip in and I turned it right sides out and I'd done it completely the wrong way. And I said, and look, and then you turn it right sides out and...
Oh.
I know. Then there's no getting away from it then, is there? You can't even pretend. So just pin it together all the way round. Starting in the corners. Oh, make sure you get it the right way up. I forgot to know it's the right way up. I've done that as well.
Yeah. I try to avoid directional fabric.
Yes, so do I.
For demonstration.
For demonstration purposes, because I have put things in upside down.
Yeah.
Now, the most important thing with this is you don't want to be pinning into this bag lining at all, only into pockets, because we're not going to be sewing into the lining at all. So I'm going to sew it together all the way around now, but taking really great care not to sew into the lining, which is fine. So say if we start at the top, just fold that out of the way.
And this is what creates the bag of the pocket.
Yeah, so this makes the bag. So if you think, oh, I love this technique, I'm going to use it for something else. You know, maybe you want to put a pocket in a coat or something that you've already got, and you want to you can make it really deep then.
Yeah, and it doesn't affect the pattern piece, does it? Because you're
just cutting a hole.
Yeah, you're creating a letterbox in the pattern piece.
Just make sure as you're going round, you're constantly folding the bag out of the way so you don't go through it. But yeah, if you wanted to put a pocket into like the inside of a coat or something, and it's nice if you've got a print because you're just cutting a little hole in it. You don't have to add extra bits.
No. And it is very, very smart because it doesn't affect the inside profile of the bag either.
No.
So if you've got a very sort of structured inside of a bag, and you know, if you put a slip pocket, that can sort of gape open, or it's very noticeable. Yeah. Whereas this is very discreet. It's a nice sort of high-end pocket, isn't it? Like a nice smart handbag often has this kind of pocket in it.
Well, it's a secret pocket, isn't it?
It is for secret things.
Secret things.
Discuss.
Yeah, discuss. Right.
We've got about 10 minutes left, Rebecca Reid. How does it happen?
I know, I don't know.
Gosh.
But that's fine, because this is the most... I mean, I've shown you how to sew the thing. This was the most important thing I wanted to show you, because the boxing of the corners is fairly simple.
Yeah, this is a real skill builder.
But I wanted to encourage you to, when it's just a bag, have a go, and then reverse stitch over and cut with your special scissors. Now...
Those special scissors, by the way, $5.98. $5.98 for 2 pairs. It's our black tag offer of the day. Only available until midnight tonight. If there are any left, they'll be going back up to normal price. Normally, I think $6.99 a pair. So absolutely superb. One for you, one for a mate, 2 for you, 1 for upstairs, 1 for downstairs, 1 for that room, 1 for this room. 1 for Rebecca, 1 for me.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Very perfect. Who's that? Can I take these? Lovely, thank you.
So if you've, now once you've put your pocket in, if you haven't put your zip, that's fine because you just see the matching print behind. But if we look into the pocket, there you go, secret things. The pocket works all the way through and it doesn't add any bulk at all. But you've got this really lovely big deep pocket. And then from the front, you've either got a nice opening, or there's a zip in there. Yeah, really simple, isn't it?
And like you've shown, that zip insertion is so straightforward and easy.
Yes,
because it's literally placing it behind a window and then stitching it in place.
And you can use fabric glue. A lot of people use that for it. That works really well. I mean,
I'm a massive fan of the pins. I'm a massive fan of tacking.
Yeah, tack it. If you haven't done it before, I would say tack it, because then you can pin it, undo that slider. But I think the key is get a zip that's a bit longer like this, because it's easier to work with something bigger and then cut it off.
Totally agree. And nylon zips, of course, because you can sew over them. You can cut through them with your scissors. I don't tend to use metal teethed zips.
I often use them in the zip cases because I like the look of them. But
yeah, they do look lovely.
But you have to sort of ease around them. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
And then all you do is you box the bottoms. All the I haven't got time to show you that, but that's fine. All the instructions for doing the box corners are in the instructions. Basically, I will show. I'm not going to do it.
Will you show us one? I think we've got
have I got time to do one?
Okay, go for it.
So turn your bag inside out. Now the lining and the lining is done in exactly the same way as this, and then you join the two together. So put the front and the back together like this. Then open up the lining, the seam allowances linings, because they need to be nice and flat, because they'll look better if they will lie better. And then what I do, because it's very hard to press them there, and then press it that side, so that you know that they're nice and flat, because you'll get a better finish then. I love the cordless iron. Again, for a neat finish, these seams need to match. When you're doing the lining ones, doesn't matter quite so much, but for the outers, for these seams to match is quite nice. So we'll do exactly the same way that we did the base. Do the double vertical horizontal pinning method. I'll just do it quickly. And then pin all the way across here. So because all these cut-out corners are already done, you don't have to measure or think about it. What I do now, before I sew it, is I always press it, because this is where it can sometimes go wrong if you don't have those nice crisp edges. Then you know you've got a nice crisp point, and then all you have to do is quickly...
What size seam allowance?
I've got 1 centimetre in this.
Okay.
Just because I quite like a 1 centimetre.
Is that 3/8 of an inch? Or?
Yeah, but I either go metric or imperial, one or the other. And when I'm doing patchwork and quilting, I go imperial, and when I do home sewing, I go metric. It's a nice Goldilocks seam allowance, 1 centimetre, isn't it? Because it's not too small and not too big.
Absolutely.
So you just sew across, do the same to the other corner, and then when we turn it right sides out, you can then... Now, sometimes when you do box corners, some people, what I do sometimes, will trim off those points or snip down that. I'm not going to do that for this because it's the bag outer, and I think by not trimming it gives a little bit of extra strength. But when you're doing some box corners, sometimes, especially if it's something small, I think for the case, I did just trim them off because it's a little box corner. But for that, I won't. So just give that a press, and then... That's one corner done. So that gives you the base. And so you get a nice white base.
I was going to say it's nice and wide.
Because, well, I felt like it was a bottle of milk.
A bottle of milk.
Yes, that's what I felt it was.
No, I'm very open about the fact that when I design shopping bags, they have to fit 6 bottles of wine.
Well, wouldn't
Not that that's what I go out and buy.
Yeah, but if you were giving somebody some wine for Christmas...
Yeah.
Give it to them in a bag. Do the other box one in the same way. You join the lining together in the same way. You do the box corners. And then the handles, which I have made in advance, really simple. Right sides together, turn the right sides out. Use the turning tool that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And sew them on, and that's done.
It's fab. It's a beautiful bag. It's a gorgeous concept, getting everything you need to make your tote bag on one panel. Lining, pockets, handles, you name it. We've also made a discovery. The designer and I have made a lovely discovery together. Thanks to a genius question, that actually everything fits into the included purse. So even better. So now that can go in the handbag or the rucksack.
Perfect.
Little extra Christmas shopping. What a brilliant, brilliant hour. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's been a pleasure.
Now, still available. So winter sold out? Winter's sold out. We're trying to see if we can restock that. Robin, 10 left. That's going to sell out too. The autumn, which is the one that Rebecca has been using. This is just simply stunning. featuring kind of antique-y coloured gold, red, pink roses.
And I like the lining of the pocket for this one.
I do.
It's like
the
lining of the this piece.
Yeah, it's really, it is. It's almost a bit Van Gogh-y,
isn't it? Yeah.
And then the slubby linen effect on the bottom, just really classy. I think it's super. Remember, you're getting everything on that panel to make the bag, the zipped inside pocket if you want to include it, and a purse that goes with. You just need to add one 15cm zip for the purse. That's it. And you could also add a zip for the inside pocket. So a couple of what size zip would we use for that inside pocket if we're going to buy them together?
I think it was 15 centimetres for the tote pocket.
Yeah, so two 15cm zips. Perfect. Great. So that's that. And here's the finished bag. Got that right here. It's just lovely. Same design on both sides. I've got a plain front, or plain back rather. Everything about this bag is so beautiful. You've got that gorgeous lining inside. Just lovely. And you've also got, of course, the purse that goes with it. Would make an absolutely super gift for somebody made up. We have a handful of the robin panel left now. We're trying to restock the robin as well. Don't know if it's going to happen this morning though. But if you call the call centre, if you really, really want the winter or the robin one and you do miss out, or you have missed out, give the call centre a ring, perhaps a little bit later. Pop it on a wish list and we'll do what we can. We'll let you know when it's back in stock. Rebecca, thank you so much.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Stuart.
It's been a wonderful hour.
I've learnt loads.
I've learnt loads.
How to put how that you can get it in. I think next time actually, if I do another bag, I'll make maybe the zip case a bit bigger.
Yeah, I must admit I'm not normally known for my neat folding skills.
But it's nice to know that it goes in. It's been lovely.
Yeah,
lovely.
Thanks for that question. Thanks for all your questions today. Actually, they really, really make for an extra vibrant show, and it just.
Well, it's feedback. It's lovely to have feedback from people and know what you think about them and what
works,
you do with
what
them.
Doesn't work, what you'd like. It's great. Keep getting your questions in over the next hour because we've got a beginner's dressmaker hour coming up right now with Catherine Harrison, where we're going to be with Rebecca Harrison. I'm sorry, where we're going to be doing 2 gorgeous beginner level skirts. So stay tuned. Be right back after the break.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi there, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company with us. The morning is absolutely flying by. It's been a flurry of wonderful, wonderful visitors and guests today. We've got the most magnificent Rebecca Harrison back with me this hour. We've got a brilliant hour. There she is, getting ready. Say hi.
Hello. I liked that introduction. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
do you know, I've been blown away with your knowledge and your just the whole depth of your background. Fascinating. We could talk for hours.
Yes.
We will. Now, the show today is a brilliant hour, actually, if you're a complete beginner dressmaker. If you're a reasonably experienced dressmaker, I know you'll pick up some fantastic tips here. And also, we've just got two great patterns and some lovely fabric bundles. Let's look what I'm talking about. Now, from the Sussex Seamstress, we've got two new skirt patterns. Let's have a look. Where should we start? Boxgrove? Yeah. Now, we have seen these before, but they're brand new to me. The Boxgrove, now this is made in a really gorgeous, vibrant print with a contrast top. We've got some denims, which would be really suitable. We've also got a lovely sample made up in a much more subtle print. Can you imagine this in Cave? A bit of Tula. Yeah, be lovely, but also great in denim as well. Just a good everyday, anytime skirt. Now, the Boxgrove has sold really, really well in the past. $15.50. We know we're getting a really good quality pattern. We know we're getting extra support from a video, but today we've got a special price. We're going to crash the price down to, here it goes, $12.50. There we go. £3 off. At midnight, it's going to go back up to $15.50. So make that saving, £3 saving today up until midnight. Now, this goes sizes 8 to 26, so a fantastic range of sizes. We're also going to be talking about how to lengthen this skirt as well in the show. So various options. So don't look at that and think, oh, it's lovely, but a bit too short for what I would like to wear. We'll talk about how to lengthen it. Easy fitting for beginners as well. So terrific. If you've made skirts before and never been very happy with the fit, stay tuned. We're going to talk about that. And my goodness me, Rebecca knows what she's talking about. Yeah, we'll give you some really good tips on how to get a great fit out of this. So that's the Boxgrove, 8 to 26, £12.50. It's a price crash. Grab that while you can. Now, the other pattern that we've got is the Southwark. Now, the Southwark is a lovely, bit more tailored looking, I think. You've got some pockets. Love the fact that it's got pockets. Love these rainbow buttons down the front. But we've made a version that is a bit more subtle as well. Yeah, just some plain buttons down the front. We're going to match the price as well and take another £3 off. Oh, the system won't let us at the moment, but there is £3 off. So that will be £12.50 as well. So you can buy the patterns individually. Again, this is an 8 to a 26, so same range of sizes. And again, we will talk about lengthening this skirt in the show too. There's a different version. Isn't that lovely with the different yellow buttons? Really fun. You know, a plain denim, but just given that bit of extra punch and personality with some different buttons. It's a really gorgeous pattern. So you can make a saving by buying the individual patterns. You'll save £3 each pattern. Great saving, love that. However, what about if you want to buy both patterns together? Let's do even better. £19.99 for both patterns. So £10 a pattern. That's amazing actually, because that's more than 33% off each pattern. Yeah, oh yeah, well that kind of maths I can do. 15 down to 10. I can do that roughly. That's great. Now there's so many different ways you could wear these skirts, aren't there? You know, we've got two right here. A big, bold, bright floral or a large scale print. What about animal print? How much fun would that be with maybe like a plainer tie round the waist? Gorgeous. What about using something like a linen?
Like this?
Yeah, oh, there we go. We're using a linen. I keep saying we. What I should be saying is Rebecca, because I'm just going to be standing watching.
You're supporting.
I'm supporting. That's a lovely
beautiful,
colour.
Isn't it?
Like that. We've got that on the show, haven't we?
Yeah.
Got that beautiful linen, kind of petrol. This offer is absolutely fantastic. Sussex Seamstress patterns, absolutely loved by Sewing Street, absolutely loved. We've never done this before. We sell Sussex Seamstress patterns every day, £15.50. You love them, we love them. But we thought, as it's Black Friday week, fortnight, it's becoming a month, isn't it?
I know, it's not a day anymore, is it?
It's not a day anymore. No. But we thought, what a great opportunity to give you an opportunity to really get to know Sussex Seamstress patterns. And if you're brand new at dressmaking, what a great intro. Both patterns really suitable for beginners. If you've got more experience, have fun with them. Add some hacks in, change the length, mix them up a little bit, try some different fabrics. They're just great staples for your wardrobe. Yeah. Absolutely terrific. And with Rebecca's mind-blowing fold back the extra pattern, the extra sizes tip from earlier on, these are skirts you make for yourself, for your daughter, for mum, whoever.
Everybody, yeah.
Love them. Now, fabric bundle-wise, let's have a look and see what we've got. We're starting with my favourite. This is a floral denim. This is the most gorgeous weight.
Lovely.
That is lovely. Oh, tea lady's arrived. Thank you, Angel. Thank you. It's more of a sort of denim look than a denim weight. I suppose in a way it's almost like a sort of chambray weight, isn't it? It's really nice. So this is got that kind of indigo denim in the background, but then printed with a white. But it's not a really bright white. It's a little bit more subtle than that. But absolutely gorgeous. Kind of little floral sprig all over. Little shades of blue and white. Very, very pretty. Would this work for both skirts, Rebecca? Could you make either skirt in this?
Yeah. Is it? What's the weight like? Yes, you could, because it's
pretty fine.
Yeah. The Southwark skirt I've made also was out of the denim that you've got there.
This one here.
The denim.
The denim at the top.
Yeah.
Yep,
So and it worked perfectly. So that looks around about the same sort of weight. So yeah.
That's fab. Now that bundle is 1.5 meters. I can't believe the price. £10.99 for 1.5 meters of that fabric. Now 1.5 meters. Will that make the largest size, please?
I believe so, yes.
So, yeah.
So what this is 26, isn't it? That one goes up to, and what does the Southwark go up to?
26 again.
Is that 26
Yeah.
again? Yeah. Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah? Great.
Yeah. Obviously not when we're lengthening it,
No,
obviously.
if you choose to lengthen the
it,
skirt,
then you're going to need more
fabric.
Yeah.
But for the pattern as set, then your 1.5 metre bundle is enough to make your largest size in either of the skirts.
Yes.
Don't have this available by the half metre, just bundled. 1.5 metres for £10.99 is a fantastic price. And that is a brilliant price also. I always say to beginners, don't skim. I know when you're starting out and you think, well, I don't want to spend a fortune buying fabric, but you also want everyone to get a quality finish.
Yeah.
And good quality fabric's important.
Yeah, it is.
You're getting that in this
very
bundle.
important, yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
makes
you're
all
getting
the
that in this
difference.
bundle of fabric. So for £10.99 plus a few notions and some thread with the pattern, you can make that first skirt. And what a brill skirt this would make.
It's lovely.
Now then, we've got some plain denims, 3 different colours. Let's start with the darkest. I will always come back to dark denim or to denim.
Lovely, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's just lovely. Now this is, we've got a version made up in this. You're getting 1.5 metres of the dark denim for £16.99. Again, completely suitable for either skirt. That is absolutely lovely. And it's a really soft denim, this. Beautiful weight. That's going to feel great on. Then we've got a medium blue. Oh, this would be lovely with sort of tan accessories, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Really lovely. So again, same price, £16.99 for 1.5 metres. And then finally, we have got the light. And again, £16.99 for 1.5 metres. Now, let me ask you a question, Rebecca. Could I make, because the skirts are in panel, could we make them in different denims?
Yeah, why not?
Could we patchwork?
Of course. Yeah.
Patchwork denim skirts.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Well,
I'm so there.
Yeah.
So you could mix and match.
Yeah, most definitely. Look great, actually, wouldn't it?
I think that would look really good.
Yeah.
I think that would work. And the weights are all the same. They would all work together. Now, then we also have a couple of linen bundles. We've got one which is called a denim, which is a denim colour. Kind of petrol-y again, sort of tealy petrol, isn't it? That is absolutely delish. Is this the one you're
Beautiful.
demoing
That's the one,
with?
yeah.
This is very nice. Gosh, again, look at the price, £16.99 for 1.5 metres. Yeah. That's really lovely. Look at that. And then we've also finally got the grey linen. I'll just grab that and show you. This is very, very smart. This is almost like a taupe.
Yes, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a beige grey, if you know what I mean. Greige?
Greige. You've just made up a colour there.
Although I've recently discovered that greige is actually is a term that's like for undyed, unprinted fabric. So like our quilt weight cottons, they're bought as greige or grey goods, they call them. Yeah.
Didn't know
and then
that.
gets shipped and then they get printed. And
Yeah.
1.5 metres of that, 1.5 metres in each of the bundle, and everything's £16.99 apart from that first printed denim, which is just £10.99. We've only got 10 of these left though. It has proved very popular already. I think it's absolutely lovely. Oh, 8 left now. This isn't that like bid TV where I'm just going to keep going down. Oh, can I have a shirt in that? Look.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Lovely.
No, it's a genuine question.
Yeah,
Can I have a shirt in that?
Shall I do it now?
I'm back on air tomorrow. That would be fab. Thank you. Oh, I wish. My goodness me. Lovely. Rebecca, Where do we start?
Hello again.
Yes, hello.
So, first of all, can I just say, because I think I answered the question right in the last show. The lady said about a lock stitch. I just want to make sure she did say lock stitch. Did she say lock stitch?
Cover stitch.
She said cover stitch.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think I answered lock stitch.
Right.
So a cover stitch is a twin needle. It's like it's on your overlocker. Twin needle. It looks like overlocking on the back, and you do it with hems. You use it professionally.
Yeah.
If you look on your garments that you buy,
yeah,
you'll see. So I couldn't remember if I'd said lock stitch or cover stitch. I didn't want to confuse anybody.
I understand.
I just want to make sure that people understand.
Perfect, thank you.
That's right. That's all right. Right. So the Boxgrove, which is lovely and simple, great skirt if you've never made before, and like you said, even if you have, it's a brilliant skirt. And what I love about this
is
is
sort of wraparound skirt?
It's a wraparound skirt, but what I love, because sometimes when you buy them, there's hardly any wrap, is there? But this, it's a substantial wrap. So you haven't got to worry when you sit down or that the wind's going to blow and show everything. You know, it's a really substantial wrap. So which is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a really good feature of it. And you know, it's obviously after I did the B, you know, I met a lot of beginner dressmakers who would ask me, and I mean, goodness me, when I did the sewing bee, I wasn't a terribly experienced dressmaker, but would say to me, you know, what would be a good thing to start with? And I always said a wraparound skirt.
Yeah.
Because I think the basic construction of most clothes is very similar. It's straight lines and curved lines. So that's not, but it's actually getting a fit which you'll enjoy and will flatter. And a wraparound is so much easier, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. And what the lovely feature of this is obviously the ties, which just add that little bit of
really stylish.
Just make it a little bit different, don't they?
And contrasting, or could be done in the same fabric.
Yeah. Well, this is like, obviously that's a contrast one. This is all going to be done in the same fabric. So you know, gives you the choice of both.
And I wonder if I can just show as well. This is like a quilt weight cotton, but I wonder if I can just show. Rebecca was talking about there being a really good wraparound. Let me just show you. It's right through to there. So it's all of that is the wraparound. So it also means that you've got, and then just here is here's your wraparound. So you've got the ability then to sort of fit it slightly differently, haven't you? And get that fit just right.
So it's right, yeah, absolutely.
And then just, there's a little popper there, and then just tie it off. I mean, that really is, it's stylish and it's elegant, but it's also, it's quite youthful style as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, very.
Not exclusively so.
No.
But just as appealing for a teen or a young woman to wear.
I think so. Yeah, most definitely.
Good.
Yeah, and you've got the little pocket on the side, which is optional.
Oh, cool.
So you don't have to put it on if you don't want to, but you know, obviously it's there if you want it to. So I'm going to start with the ties. So in the pattern, you cut 2 of these out and overlock or edge, and then do your stitch round. But there's so I did a size, what did I do? A size 16, which meant there was enough fabric for me to cut 4 of these out, so that you don't see that edge when it's on.
So you double.
So I'm turning through. Yeah. So where's my other one gone? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So I've already turned that one through, so you can see. But that's just, you know, option. But there's enough fabric there if you if you're doing one of the other sizes. I would say there's enough there to do it for a size 18 as well.
But otherwise, the pattern gets you to overlock the edges and then turn them in.
Turn them through. Yeah. So I'm just going to turn this through. Just going to use this.
See, we've all got them.
Yeah.
We've all got them.
I had this, I used this last time. I was here. I can't remember what I was doing. What was I doing? Can't remember what I was doing. But yeah, because it's always a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, what's lovely is we use them for patchwork, we use them for bag making, we use them for dressmaking.
Just so versatile, isn't it, really?
So versatile.
Yeah. So I'll just poke that end out. See, and you really shouldn't use your scissors, because I use my scissors sometimes, but you really shouldn't use your scissors.
No, we don't want to push a hole.
No. So there we go. So I'll give that a little press so that we've actually got 2 of them.
And that's a linen, isn't it,
Yeah.
that you're using?
Yeah.
It's a lovely fabric to make a skirt out of.
Oh, it's perfect for this. Well, and for the
Southwark.
The Southwark as well. Yeah, they're perfect for that. So you can top stitch around this as well if you wanted to. Make it stand out a little bit more if you wanted to do that.
Oh, if you were doing the denim, you could use a kind of bright gold or yellow or orange thread, couldn't you? Top stitch thread like they do on jeans.
And I mean, you could, if you've got some, you know, a nice contrast fabric in your stash or something, so you could cut out the 2 from the fabric and then cut another 2 out.
Oh, yeah.
So that, you know, you see a splash of colour or something as you're...
Well, I'm all about the liberty today for some reason. And of course, that always looks lovely with things like linen and denim as well. Little ditzy floral would look great. Or a bit of Tula pink, that would work really well too. Something maybe from line work, that would be nice. A little bit of black and white, a little pop of colour.
There we go.
Made a big leaf.
Yes. Yeah. So you just put that to one side.
Okay.
And then we're going to work on the pocket. So that's my pocket flap. That's got interfacing on. So your the pocket flap and your waistband have both got interfacing on. Now I always overlock everything before I start sewing, but I know a lot of people don't. You don't have to do that. You can overlock as you go. It's just because within the costume industry, you're given something, you overlock it all because it's getting past quite a bit before it gets made up. So I'm just going to check this because I've just
but it's a good
changed
habit to get
my
into, isn't
thread.
it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I it's just automatic for me. I don't even think about it. I just you know. I just automatically overlock everything.
So when you overlock round, you do that without the knives engaged, just overlock?
No, well, I don't. I still got the knives in, but obviously if you're a bit worried, you can do that. So just go down here.
So this pocket is optional, isn't it?
Yes, yes. So it's completely up to you whether you want to put this on or not.
So on screen you can see our best value deal for getting these patterns from the Sussex Seamstress. You're getting both patterns, both the Box Grove, which is the wraparound skirt with the tie, and the Southwark, which is the 2 big pockets and the buttons down the front, the one that's just next to me. We've done it in denim, we've done it in cord, we've done it in linen. It looks great in the denim, I think that's absolutely lovely. You're getting both of these patterns for £19.99. Now in total, you're saving, well, £11. £11, yeah. And getting both patterns. Now you can buy them individually as well and save £3 on each pattern, pay £12.50 instead of £15.50. But this is the very best way of getting them. You're getting both patterns. Now, size-wise, they both go from a UK 8 to a 26. So there's a really good range of patterns there. We are also going to talk about how you would lengthen the skirts if you'd like them a little bit longer too. Bear in mind that will affect the amount of fabric that you need, so just add that into your calculations. It's maybe something to think about doing once you've got the pattern and maybe made it once in the standard size. Then we've also got some great fabric bundles for you in the show. We've got the 3 different denims, we've got the dark, the medium and the light. We've got that gorgeous printed denim that has the gorgeous little flowers on, although I suspect, no we haven't. No we haven't.
Oh, is it all gone?
I'm such a tease, aren't I?
Is it all gone?
Let's have a look at what you could have won. But then we do have 2 lovely linen options as well. We've got the gorgeous teal and that we've also got the silver. Now the teal is what you're watching Rebecca demonstrate with, which I think is really lovely. But the silver, which is like a sort of taupe grey, the sort of taupe side of grey, is also really lovely, very smart. £16.99 for either bundle, 1.5 meters, which is enough to make up to the size 26. Rebecca, where are we at?
Right, so I'm just going to do this pocket. So the pocket here has a pleat in it. So what I love about Jane's patterns as well is everything's very clearly, so fold, 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 so you know exactly where you are, what you're doing, which is great. So you've what I tend to do as well, because this is good quality pattern paper, where when I've cut my pocket out, I tend to iron it, so I know that I'm on that fold. I tend to use the pattern and iron.
Oh, what a clever idea.
Over the pattern, so I know that is. You can't do that with every pattern piece that you've got, but with Jane's you can, because it's such good quality. So you just fold the edge over. You've got a 1 centimetre and then 3, I believe. Let me just double check that.
But even those lines are marked on the
yes,
pattern.
3.
Aren't
They're
they?
all it's all marked.
That's why it's so brilliant for a beginner, because
it's
literally
so
everything is there.
Yeah, it's so clear. So I'm just gonna run down that.
So when you're hemming the top of the pocket now.
Yeah.
Obviously the bobbin thread is what's going to appear on the front of the pocket.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
On the other side.
Yeah.
So you would use the same thread in the top and the bobbin.
Yeah, unless you want to
mix it up.
Yeah, unless you want to mix it up. Yeah, absolutely.
Because sometimes
Nothing
you
to
can
stop
use
you
like
doing
those
that.
really heavy threads that you can use for top stitching, and you really have to put those in the bobbin, don't you?
Yes. Yeah. But today I've just got, so I'm just going to fold over 1 centimetre so that I'm ready to put that on the skirt when I come to that part.
And I guess this is when you see the benefit of overlocking all the edges before you start, because everything's nice and neat.
Yes. It just means you're not dealing with the, frayed edges and having to worry about, making sure you've got all those encased.
So you're just running, it's like a 1 centimetre hem.
1 centimetre, yeah. Yeah, Jane always puts 1 centimetre on her patterns unless is otherwise stated, as in the top of the pocket, the hems and things like that are usually 3 to 4 centimetres, but it'll always say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to just repress that down so that when I put it on, it sits nicely. Okay, so put that to one side. And now I come to the skirt. So with this skirt, I've lengthened the pattern by, I think it was 6 inches. So let me just show you what I've done. So obviously that finished length is a sort of on the knee, I would say, at the moment. But if you wanted to lengthen it, it's very simple. So again, like I always do, I've folded back so I'm not losing any of my sizes. Let me get that in the right place. There we go. And then I've got dot and cross paper, but you don't have to have dot and cross paper. You can, you know, do it with a bit of newspaper or whatever you've got lying around. So I've marked on here. So I've overlapped the 3 centimetres at the bottom, which is your seam allowance for your hem, and then I've added on from that line. So that sits there and there, so it tucks underneath, and then so don't forget to do that, because you need an overlap so that you can make sure your pattern fits properly. And then all I've done is however long I want to make it, I've marked down, and then I've also then marked in my 3 centimetre seam allowance on that as well, so that you know your seam allowance is on this added bit of pattern paper. And what I've done is just got a ruler, lined it up with the original pattern, and then drawn onto the extended paper. And again here, because so you can see this is coming at an angle, so you want to make sure that you follow that angle of the pattern, so that you're not suddenly going in at the at your calves and you can't.
Imagine if you tried to run.
Oh, exactly, exactly. So you need to make sure that you follow that line of the pattern, and then you'll get a beautiful line, and you won't see it then. You won't be able to tell that you've added a piece on, which is obviously what you want to do. So I've done that to the front.
And if this is your first ever attempt at making a skirt and you still want that longer length, calico.
Oh, yes.
Mock it up in calico first.
Yeah, make
Check
sure
you've got that adjustment right. If you're just making the skirt as is, you just go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just, it's just in case you, you want to do it, but just make sure that you mark on. So I always write everything. So I've got Boxgrove skirt, centre back, make sure that I know that this one goes with this pattern piece, cut one of those to the fold, and then I've also put a little thing here where I've put add to hem of pattern with a little arrow, so that I know. So just clearly mark everything, so that, because one day you could be doing this, you put it to one side and then come back perhaps a week later or something and think, right, well, what was I doing?
Oh, there's every likelihood in my house.
Well, yes, me too. So just make sure that you get in the habit of marking everything down, so you know that piece belongs to that piece of your pattern. That's all. But it's very simple.
It's useful to know how to do that, though.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you could do that on the Southwark as well. Obviously, there's more pieces in that, but again, just get your ruler, mark it, make sure it's in line with the edge of your pattern on both sides, and just follow that line down to whatever length you want to make it. You're trying to lengthen it to.
Yep, perfect. Linda says, great demos this morning from both Rebeccas. Couldn't agree more, Linda. It's been fascinating, hasn't it? It's been back-to-back Rebeccas, which I've loved.
Perhaps we need a show.
The Rebeccas.
the two Rebeccas.
But so many interesting and useful tips and demos today. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, well, Rebecca's good, isn't she?
But lengthening garments is something that gets asked for all the time.
Yeah, and it's a scary thing if you're not used to doing things like that. It's you can think, oh, well, I'll have to leave that because I can't do it, but you can. That's the thing. You can do it.
Another, I was reading the other day, some kind of wish list. There's a bit of a thread going on the fans page about for dressmaking, and one of the things that came up was about being able to sort of make garments where they kind of accommodate maybe a little bit of a tummy, or just that sort of changing waistline as well as we get older, accommodate that. And I was just thinking the wraparound skirt.
It's very good for that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's
is.
what I was thinking.
It is, and like we were saying before, make it up in a toile.
Yeah.
in calico or anything, try it out and see. Make sure that you've got enough. You feel like you've got enough wrap to go round. Otherwise, you know, go up a size.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So you've got a bit
that
more
you
ease.
have got that extra to go round you.
And I like that skirt as well because it's got a waistband, but it's not a very structured waistband. No. And so it feels like, you know, you could just, and also like as well, just to accommodate things like maybe if sometimes you get a bit bloated or, you know, I mean, goodness me, I think my size changes from one day to the next. But
yeah.
You know, that's a good. That's a good skirt for.
It is. Yeah.
Christmas is coming.
It is.
Yeah, Christmas Day.
So there's
I just need an elasticated slanky for Christmas Day. Thanks.
We'll all be wearing those. There's 2 darts which are on the back. So there's no darts in the front. It's 2 darts in the back. So I'm just going to do those now.
So is that to create a nice shape for over the bottom?
Yes, just a bit of shaping over the bottom,
The derriere. It's great, isn't it, when we rely on French when we're talking about this sort of delicate areas. Derriere and décolletage.
What's I'm going to...
This upper part of the chest.
I see.
So you used to teach in a beauty college,
isn't it?
Used to teach in a beauty college.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I taught anatomy and physiology, and also holistic therapies, massage, things like that. So we used to talk about massaging the décolletage.
Oh, I see.
Instead of just the chest. So that's a bit too general.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a much nicer term, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's often used in sort of, you know, when people are demonstrating beauty creams and things like that.
Yeah.
People also talk about, don't forget your décolletage. Sunscreen, I'm telling you, it's the best. I use the little clips to attach notes to pieces of fabric when I leave a project halfway and use all the same colour for each project. That's genius.
That's very good
genius.
idea.
Collector in Merseyside.
Yeah, that
so
is
like
a very
the Wonder
good
clips,
idea.
that kind of thing. Yeah. Question from Anne. Will the washed linen fabric crease quite a bit, Stuart? I'm going to do the crease test because I always do this. If I'm ever buying a garment made in linen, I do the crease test.
Yes.
Because it's important to know, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, I mean, it is 100% linen, I think, isn't it, this fabric? So it is going to crease a fair bit. I don't know if you can see that. So, I mean, that is literally me screwing it up. But that is an important test to do, I think. So when you're sitting, so yeah, as you would expect, rich wrinkles.
Yeah, I was going to say, linen is, you know, you're going to get that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the character of the fabric.
Yeah, it is.
But we love it just the same. I think that's where, you know, if you don't like that effect, using a linen union that's been blended with something else.
Yes, and then you can lessen that then, can't you?
Yeah.
It's not as...
See, I embrace the pure linen.
I was going to say, I quite like, I don't mind it.
Iron.
Yeah, I actually don't mind it.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm not
mind,
apologising for looking a little crumpled. I'm wearing linen.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
yeah.
It's the look. I'm going to... now you'll see me in head to foot linen from now on. Oh, do you know, I hate ironing now. I love ironing when I'm actually working.
Yes, funny, isn't it? Yes, because it's part of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to do it. But yes, every day ironing. No, I'm with you on that one. Yes.
What's your absolute favourite part of the process of making clothes? Absolute favourite bit.
Gosh, that's such a good question. Well, I think actually starting to sew. I mean, I enjoy all the processes of it, but once you've got that first seam done and you've pressed it and you think, right, okay, yeah, now
it's starting, everything's starting to take shape, and it's started, and all the little finishing touches and things. I think it just, it's just.
Yeah, I love top stitching.
Yes, yeah, prettying things up and making them look lovely. Yes.
Like around a collar or a cuff, it's that sort of little finishing touch. Very nice. And least favourite?
Oh,
is there a least favourite?
Yeah.
Well, is there a bit that's like, I'll just get through this?
Oh, well, funnily enough, I was just talking to Jess about this in the office.
Zips.
Oh.
Well, concealed zips.
Concealed zips.
Because my background is costume, it's eyelets. There's no, we didn't really touch zips.
Why is that?
Because it's period costume.
Oh, I see.
So it's obviously the further back it goes, the less likely you are to get a zip. So it's all eyelets, and which I love. I can sit and hand stitch eyelets for ages. I love doing things like that. Yeah. But that's probably because I've done it a lot. So I can do it, but in my head, I'm a bit. It's like that thing where if you're swimming and I look very serene, but my legs are like.
Yeah. You're sort of doing it, but quite resentfully.
Yes, in my head, I'm thinking. Can't do this, can't do this, can't do this.
No, don't give Rebecca anything with a concealed zip.
No, well, I'm doing one next time.
Oh, are you? So we can do. Yeah, we can do that. See, I love like the really like like the Elizabethan things where like sleeves are tied on.
Yes.
Yeah, or sewn on.
Yeah. Well, again, you see eyelets.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to have to do it at 5 o'clock in the morning when I'm ready to come to the studio. Where's my needle and thread to sew my sleeves on?
Yeah.
But it is fascinating, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, it is wonderful.
Beautiful, yeah. I once watched somebody demonstrating how to put on a kimono.
Oh, there's such an art to that.
Incredible. And we were watching it and thinking, wow, this is just incredible and so removed, so different from how we get dressed. But then when you think about it in the context of that is, although they're still worn now, it is also a historical piece of clothing.
Yeah.
If you look at our historical pieces of clothing, there was an art to putting them on.
Oh.
You didn't just pop them on and zip up.
No. You
needed helpers.
Yeah, exactly. So many layers of things in there.
That's clothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just fascinating.
Yeah.
Alison's got a favourite part, turning the hem. Because it's that sort of, I'm nearly there.
Yeah, you're nearly finished,
there.
aren't you?
Yeah. Paradoxically, turning up a hem is one of my least favourite things to do because it's one of those sort of bits that can kind of make or break, and I find it just a little bit tense. Doing the hem.
Yes.
Getting it right.
No, I can understand that, yes.
And the same with curtains. If I make curtains, doing the hem, I'm always a bit... I have to... we talked earlier on about walking away and coming back.
Yes.
Hemming. I have to walk away, cup of tea, and then come back
yeah.
It's a job I have to do fresh.
Yes. Yes, I understand. I get that.
Elizabeth says, I bought 100% linen for trousers once. It was softer and didn't crease as crisply. What's the difference that made it so? Do we know, please?
Oh.
I wonder if, when you say it was very soft, whether it had been acid washed.
Oh.
Enzyme washed, yeah. Call it acid wash, enzyme washed. Is this one the ones that we've got on the show? Are they enzyme washed? Yeah. So I think potentially, you see, don't forget, we would always recommend, if it's possible, pre-wash your fabrics before you start. If there's sizing, and there's usually sizing in fabric that does make it kind of crisper and firmer, that gets washed out anyway, which would make for a softer handle. But yeah, certainly the enzyme washing makes linen softer and more fluid. How are you getting on?
All right, so I'm just going to attach the other side. Because it does come together
So is this the wraparound part
This
that
is
you're
the
adding on?
yeah. So these are the two fronts. So the fronts, when you see the pattern, the fronts look really big, but that's because the wraparound is really substantial.
Which we love.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, which we love. Because like you say, you don't want the wraparound sort of gaping open when you sit down.
Well, I've had one of those. And then you think because you try it on, don't you? And you don't sit down. Try it on in a shop and you think, oh yeah, that's lovely. And then you go to sit down and you think, oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah. We should almost be able to road test like we do a car. Say, may I take this for lunch? And then I'll
Yeah, can I just
see
go
how it
out?
performs.
Can I just go out and sit down in it and just walk around in it for a bit, please, so I can see what happens?
Absolutely.
Yes, unfortunately you can't do that when you're buying them, can you? But
No,
you can when you're making.
You can when you make it. You absolutely can. And we've got a message now from Neve. Hi Stuart and Rebecca, really enjoyed today's shows. Thank you. Here, making Christmas bunting. Let me see, I want to see. Send a picture please, Neve. Sounds lovely. Sounds lovely. It does actually now, it does feel like a legitimate time to be making Christmassy things.
I think so, we're nearly, aren't we? We're nearly in December.
I've been making them since February.
Have you?
Yeah.
What have you been making?
Well, because I design fabrics, so I get my sample fabric of my Christmas range in February. So I've already designed next Christmas fabric range and I'll get the sample fabrics in February.
Oh, of course, because you've got to be ahead, obviously, haven't you?
So I've been making samples of that and then we have like a trade show in February that they'll be shown at, the finished samples and that sort of thing. But also I tend to make things throughout the year if I get the inspiration. Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
If I get the inspiration. So it might be something like a table runner, or I might just sort of be digging through my stash and think, oh, I'd forgotten about this. All done that. And think, oh, what could I, And sometimes you just feel in the mood, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So what have you been making then?
Well, I've been making some Christmas stockings recently, and a runner, a table runner as well. But I'm also at the moment, I'm madly working on samples. I've got a new fabric range out in about a week's time, which I'm making samples for. Because that fabric didn't come through until very late because of all the shipping problems. We've had loads of shipping problems, you know.
We won't go into that, will we?
No, I know. Well, all it says
is.
to me now is if I see something I like, I just buy it now.
Yes.
If I possibly can. Neve has sent in another message saying her favourite part of sewing is the sound. Yes, the sound of the sewing machine.
Oh, yes.
It is, it's lovely.
Yes.
Sometimes when people ring me, especially if I'm not expecting their call, if I'm sewing, I can't help myself but carry on sewing when I'm on the phone.
Well, it depends where you are as well, doesn't it? Because sometimes you can't, you know, it's not possible to stop, is it?
Well, a lot of the time I'm just not prepared to.
No.
You know, I'm in the zone.
Yeah, well.
And I'm sewing that scene.
That's it, when you're in...
So I feel like I need to explain, you know, I'm sorry if you can hear a noise in the background, but I don't just want to talk to you, I'm also sewing.
Yeah, well, you know, it's got to be done, hasn't it?
Yeah. So this is the pocket.
So I'm just going to position that on. I'm just pinning the pleats in place because I don't want them to move. So I'm just going to pin that in place. Like
and that's a lovely smart feature, even if you make the skirt casual, it just adds a bit of smartness, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's, you know, it's just nice, isn't it? It's just something nice to have on you.
Yeah, it's useful.
Yeah. It is. You never know when you might need a pocket, do you? So.
No, I have read a few articles about the sort of history of pockets and women's clothing. Have you ever... Oh, if you ever want an interesting, fascinating read about the whys and wherefores of why women's clothes didn't have pockets in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I should know that.
Well, I hadn't got a clue, and I was judging a competition with Ray Holman, who is the chief costume designer on Doctor Who. And he was talking about it with me because we were looking at a particular garment, looking at the pockets, and he was telling me about it, and I went away and started reading up. It's just absolutely fascinating.
Oh, I see.
The politics of pockets.
Yeah. Well, women weren't deemed to be have anything, you know. To
there was all sorts. Yeah,
put in their pockets,
yeah.
were we? We were.
Or that they would be dangerous if they had pockets. What they might carry in their pockets.
Yes.
And all
secret
sorts,
notes and
all sorts.
Yes.
It's a fascinating subject, and yeah.
And now you have pockets in wedding dresses.
Really?
I love a pocket in a wedding dress. Have you not seen?
No, I haven't.
I love a pocket in a wedding dress.
Kat's going to have pockets in her wedding
Are
dress.
you?
What's going to be in your pockets in your wedding dress, Kat? That's what I want to know. Just mobile phone. Don't
just
you
your
dare.
hand. No.
Promise me you won't. Hair bobble fair, I get
That's
that.
all right. When you get married, Kat.
When you... Oh, Kat needs to get engaged first, apparently.
Oh yeah. I think we've had this conversation before. Does your man not watch this?
Oh, don't get tied up on the details. Go choose that dress.
I'll make it for you, Kat.
We all heard that. We all heard that. You didn't say that when I said I wanted a shirt. Stuart, before I search the website, what other fabrics does the pattern recommend? What other fabrics would be suitable for the Boxgrove and the Southwark? Rebecca.
So hang on, because Jane does.
Oh, do you want me to have a look while you?
Does have a list.
I'll have a look while you sew if you want.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's absolutely fine.
Well, she says cottons and linen
Yeah,
mix actually.
I'll have a little look.
You don't need anything too heavy because then
Nothing too heavy.
Yeah. No, it won't. It won't sit properly.
So for the Southwark, we've got mid to heavyweight cottons, or wovens rather, in cotton, linen, denim. So nothing too light for the Southwark. Now that's this one right here. And I think that probably the denim that we've got on the show is about as light as you'd want to go, if not a wee bit heavier even. So that sort of medium to heavyweight denim. Needle cord would be lovely. Be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Well, I did it in a...
Oh, have you done it before?
Yes, it's the green one that's just hanging up there.
Let me grab it. Hang on.
It's a slightly thicker cord.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is nice. Ooh, woolly tights.
Yes, I know. With the jacket.
Yes. Look, isn't that delish? I'm holding it funny because it's not buttoned up. Let me just do the top buttoned up and then I can hold it up. So there, look. Oh, that is really nice. We've got 2 minutes left. So yeah, needle cord, corduroy. Could you make it in a velvet?
Maybe careful on the weight.
Yeah,
I would. A lighter weight, maybe.
Lighter weight,
yes,
maybe.
Actually, that would be nice for evening, wouldn't it?
It would be
You were
nice
going
for evening.
somewhere.
And then
Yeah,
the Boxgrove, I would say you could go lighter weight cottons as well. So quilt weight cottons would be fine for the Boxgrove, but you could also go for something a little heavier like the light denims and. Don't forget our bundles, of course. We've got those lovely denims in dark, medium and light. We've got the linens in silver and taupe. We've also, we had the printed denim. We don't have that now, of course. But, we get things like that in. So once you've got your patterns, and today is the day to get the patterns, both of them together for $19.99. And that's not one to miss. But then it's a skirt you'll come back to and make throughout the year.
Right, so just very quickly, I won't put this on because we haven't got much time, so I want to get onto the waistband and the ties. So there's a pocket flap that goes over the top. So it's slightly wider than your pocket. So it is supposed to be like that, so don't panic. It's quite a nice feature actually.
It's lovely.
So you can top stitch round the pocket flap if you want to before you place it on. It's 1 centimetre above your pocket, obviously make that central, and then 1 centimetre to stitch it down, fold it down, and then you've got 1 centimetre from the top down and top stitch that across, and then it hides all the raw edge inside and just sits nicely over the top of your pocket.
It's divine.
Yeah, sweet, isn't it?
Rebecca, we've literally got 1 minute,
Right,
60
okay,
seconds.
right,
This is
let's-
like Challenge Annika.
Right, yes. Okay, so you've got on the left side of so the opposite side to where your pocket is, your pocket's on the right side. So you attach one of your leaf shapes to the smaller size of your waistband, and then obviously sandwich that in between, attach that in there and stitch, and then you are going to attach the other one to the other end.
That's the other leaf.
The other leaf.
Tie. Yep.
To the other end of your waistband, and just secure that in place for the moment. And then what you're going to do is you're going to leave 1 centimetre seam allowance at the end of your waistband, and place it on there. Oh, and also down the centre fronts, you need a turn 1 centimetre and then 1 centimetre again. So you've got a nice neat edge down the front. And then you will place your waistband. So that should, the seam on your waistband should reach the side seam on your skirt. And you just attach that, put it over, top stitch, obviously give it a good press, top stitch it over, and then your ties should end up at the front. And
Which is
then
exactly where we want them
yes.
to be.
So if I fold that over, so that's the bit that wraps round, that's the bit that comes over the front. So this will come over to this side. Your other tie is already on that side, so that then you can tie it over.
That
and then
looks
obviously
so
it's just your hem.
in that linen.
Sorry, that was very rushed. I hope that was
Oh,
that
no,
you could
I
understand
just-
that. I hope.
Rebecca, I just want to take you home. Where were you 10 years ago? Oh,
Bless
my
you.
goodness me.
Bless you.
Mwah, you've been an absolute delight.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you
been
so,
lovely to meet you.
so much. I look forward to seeing you
Yes,
again
see you
very
again.
soon, I hope.
Thank you.
Now, let's look at the menu for tomorrow before we go to Yarn Lane. At 8 a.m, we've got black tag offers, a brand new offer tomorrow at 8. At 9 a.m, it's the Tulip 9-block quilt with Victoria Carrington. Now then, at 10 o'clock, black tag offers with savings on patterns. And then at 11 a.m, super excited about this one, we've got the Tula Pink Solar Flare quilt with Victoria Carrington. That is a gorgeous quilt. You're going to love it. At 12, it's black tag offers. So real black tag offer day tomorrow. I'm excited about that, and I'll be here with that tomorrow. Now, we're about to leave you, but you don't need to leave us. Let's head on over together to Yarn Lane, and I will see you there with the wonderful Sam Sabido.